Hello and welcome back to another episode of Critical Reactions with your host, Bryan. We're going to wrap up this week with an album reaction, which is where we go through an entire album track by track, exploring each song in isolation and it's part of the larger whole. Today we're going to be looking at an album that I've been looking forward to ever since we checked out the first track off of it. The band is Azure, the album is Thim. And I do remember that this is a concept album. I remember that from the comments of the when we checked out the opening track a while ago. The Azdinist and Den of Dawns is the opening track. We do have 12 songs here for about 80 minutes of music. It's quite varied in length. We have a handful of 2, 3, 4 minute tracks, a majority of 5 and 6 minute tracks, and then an 11 and 18 minute epic tossed in there around the first third, the end of the first third and the end of the album. So lots of stuff ahead of us. This is probably going to be a rather lengthy video. Let's quit with this preamble and get into it. It's just very vibrant and exciting right off the bat. That fun little key shift. As funky as this is, we're in 4/4. 4, 1, 2. Really interesting accents in there, playing around against the downbeats instead of with them. Very adventurous right here. Beautiful bass work. Kind of funky. Very theatric as well. Not just the over-the-top imagery, but also, I'd say you could hear this in a musical of sorts. Ooh, a little bit of the Royal Road progression there. It is not content to sit still at all. There is so much movement, just constantly jumping to the next idea. Interesting. Oh, this rising progression. The last section was 7, and we developed that riff and pattern into an 8. think that last section was 9. Y'all can clue me in on that though. There's a lot of variety here. Yeah. Using vocals to help build out the atmosphere. Dang, I thought I heard some hand drums alongside the drum kit. I don't hear them anymore though. Extension on that too. I know, it goes into the next track. I assume a lot of this, being it's conceptual, is going to do that. We're gonna have to stop it in places. All right. I'm pretty sure I said this last time. There is a lot going on here. This is going to be a bit more surface level than I think some of my deeper analyses, simply because if I could remember, but even if I had the opportunity to talk about every single section and what it might represent within the larger whole, we'd have a 2-hour video just on that. This song never sits still. It's always developing, always changing. There's a general vibe to most of this, but it deviates from that quite often, always shifting into a slightly different emotion. It's never happy just sitting in one idea. Not idea, it could be a rhythmic idea, a melodic idea, a harmonic idea. It could be an atmosphere or an emotion, a feeling or a vibe. It just keeps going. And it just dawned on me that there's 2 titles to this. Actually, this is quite interesting. Track 4 is called Sky Sailing / Beyond the Bloom / Wilt. I assume those are the 3 movements. This one though is called the Azdinist / Den of Dawns. I wonder what the double slash means. Is Den of Dawns more of a subtitle here? Because I'm trying to think back to the song. I'm like, was it split in 2? Were there really like 2 main movements here? I don't think so. Everything felt really connected. Maybe it's like a subtitle. Maybe it's an alternate title. Maybe a colon or parentheses would have been more traditional, but the double slash was used for artistic version. I don't know. Regardless, I do remember the gist of the lyrics and the idea of a Den of Dawns and the Azdinist as, is it a character? I think they kind of fit together thematically. Whereas, like I mentioned, track 4 having the 3 titles, they are quite different. So I'm going to assume those are movements. Anyways, this song just goes through a lot of different ideas, constantly re-evaluating and evolving in different ways to achieve a plethora of sounds. At one point, I was actually convinced that this is a medley. At least portions of it are very medley-like, quickly jumping between, maybe 8 bars for this idea, and then 8 bars for that idea, and 8 bars for that idea. You may have remembered about halfway through this track, we began to get some darker, grittier guitar work, something that felt a bit more metallic than rock. And we had this, it's not really a descent towards it, but it was back-to-back ideas. And we landed on this dark one at the end. And the first thing I thought was, wow, this is so different from everything else we've heard. Is this a medley of things that are going to happen? Is this foreshadowing musically? And so, like I said, if we took time to analyze every single moment in this track, we'd be here forever. So I do just want to touch on the highlights here, what I think are important for the storytelling, what I'm pretty sure is going to lean into the lyrics, as I do vaguely remember them, and kind of kick this off, moving forward, getting into the album, the parts of the album that I haven't heard yet. This song is just funky and groovy though, and honestly, I don't really remember the funkiness. The progressive elements, sure. The classic prog inspiration, I guess we could call it. I hear a lot of Genesis in this, and I definitely remember that from when we last checked this song out. And it's what I was expecting coming in. I hope that this energy stays here. I like this flavor of very modern take on that classic prog sound. But I do hope that they dance around with their styles and explore some of the different ideas that we saw in this track in other songs, and basically give this album thematic identity, where if the song or if the story is going to go into a darker direction, we kind of see that, because this is a very joyful, hopeful, positive, soaring, energetic opening track. And I think it does a great job of embodying our main character who we're being introduced to here. But it's not a sound that you want to use for everything, at least not if you want your music to be thematically sound with your story. But I think this is the only thing I've heard from this album. I'm pretty sure we checked out another song from Azure, but none of these titles look familiar, so I don't think it came from this album. Regardless though, I really like this sound. It's super funky, super catchy. There is a ton of syncopation. There's vocal ad-libs all throughout this that are phenomenal. The runs are amazing. Just listening to this vocalist hit a note and then shoot up to a higher one, or just kind of like quickly drip down into a lower note that just has better resolving power to it at the end of a phrase or something like that. It's just, between the bass, the drums, the rhythms, and the vocal melodies, it is super funky and exceptionally catchy. There's almost no point in this song where I didn't want to move my body. There's just a constant urge to just kind of groove along with the song, and it's phenomenal. I absolutely love it. We do have those couple of darker dips. We had those double bass pedal kicks in towards the end, where you had like a bunch of groove and then like a grouping of 16th note bass kicks, just really direct and oppressive, and then they go back to the groove. So there are moments where we get away from a groovy syncopated idea, but for the most part this song just resides within that rhythmic sound, and with the vocal ideas, very funky vocals in here, high-pitched runs, very dexterous, very loose too, and it's such a great vibe throughout this. It feels very freeing, especially with the chords that they choose to go along with it. And these chords are very important for defining the themes and emotions of this track. I mentioned freeing just a second ago, and I think that's a great word for it. It's not one that I had pre-planned. Just kind of, my mind went in that direction just now. But it is. It feels vast. It feels expansive. Maybe it is also the album art that gives me a very bright, vibrant, colorful sound. Or I guess a bright, vibrant parallel to the sound. But This is gorgeous. Everything about it, the shading, the color choice, just the imagery of it all, it's beautiful. And I think the song embodies a lot of that feeling too. It's just a bright, vibrant, beautiful track. But chordally, there's a lot of ways to go about that. And here they go for a type of freedom, a feeling of soaring, of limitlessness. Freedom, that's it. Unbound by shackles. That's what this song feels like to me. It constantly soars in pitch. Every chord in here feels optimistic for the future for the most part. There was that moment, and I think we ended up hearing it 2 or 3 times, but the first time it came up, I was like, oh, that's the Royal Road progression or something akin to it. The Royal Road progression is something that was used a lot in the 70s in the Western world. You can hear a lot of it in Japanese rock music right now. A lot of people relate it to anime intros. It has a very distinct flavor of hope for the future and a wistfulness for the past, and kind of bringing those two elements together. And you can absolutely hear parts of it, maybe even the exact progression itself, in places of this track. And I think that's really interesting. I don't remember picking up on that wistfulness last time through, but I do feel it here. But the optimism for the future, hope for the future, a general positive outlook on things is infectious and bleeds into pretty much every part of this song. It absolutely defines this track, and assuming that this is their general sound, it's going to define the themes of the album. Some of these titles seem like they might go into a bit of a darker realm, but I really don't see us taking this album anywhere too dark. We're definitely not going to hit some metallic, gloomy heaviness on this. If we do hit something dark, it'll be comparatively dark, while keeping in with this lighter sound in general, kind of harkening back to the days, once again, of Genesis. I hear a lot of Genesis in this, and I think that's fantastic. And the cool thing is, too, is this is the second time I brought up Genesis. I hear maybe a little bit of Yes, not really a lot of King Crimson in here, but I hear a lot of Genesis. But the cool thing is, right, is sometimes you'll listen to a song and you're like, dude, they must have really loved Tool, just for instance. And it's because they sound like a Tool cover band playing unreleased music. Like, this is a song that Tool could have released, but just didn't. This band ended up releasing it. And like, the inspiration is so much in focus that it's just kind of like, that is the song. The inspiration is the song. That's not what's happening here. I hear Genesis inspiration here, but this sounds like Azure. They've been inspired by Genesis, but are not replicating Genesis's composition style, chord progression techniques. It just has that almost, I guess you could call it like a loose exploratory vibe, where the song really can go anywhere, but somehow ends up feeling quite cohesive. And it just explores a lot of ground, and that's something that I relate to Genesis. And, you know, there's other older prog bands that also are very exploratory, but Genesis has a childlike playfulness to it, in a sense. And I think Azure captures that really well, at least with this opening track. Individual ideas. I already praised the vocalist quite a bit, but the dude just got chops, man. Absolutely wonderful range and control and air support, and it's just like, I have no complaints about the vocals at all. They're just perfect, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how he does it. Dude's like a machine. Every pitch is just insanely well performed. The drummer, very cool ideas in here. There are plenty of places where it just kind of locks into a groove, but it's a nice syncopated groove. But there are places where the drummer also gets to show off a little bit, throw in some melodic drumming, really nice fills, Nothing really feels the same. Drummers just always reinventing themselves throughout this. The bass is phenomenal. Absolutely love the tone, love the walking bass lines, love the funkiness of it, the rhythmic component. And the guitars sound great. We have some cool melodies out of them, some nice riffs. I mean, the whole band, honestly, is just killing it here. And they make it sound so effortless. It doesn't sound technical at all, but I bet if I went and like looked at the sheet music, I'm like, dude, I'd have to practice for months to pull this off. And they make it look so easy. Let me hit some lyrics on this. We'll get through that quickly and push forward to the next track. There's a lot of lyrics here. More than I remember, but I suppose it makes sense as I vaguely recall this was either based off of a book that was written, or they based a book off of these lyrics. I don't remember the order that went through, but I'm pretty sure that the lyricist for Azure handles both the fiction of the world and the lyrical writing for the album. We are introduced to a character here, Fim. They are a historian of sorts. They live in a secluded cabin in the middle of a jungle at the bottom of a waterfall. They live there alone, and one night, lost in study, a letter slides in beneath the door. No one even knows that they're out here. And somehow, mail has arrived for them. So they read the parchment. It says, "Dear Fim Sallow, ever closer to the truth, I can lift the power that resides inside of you." We learn a little bit more about Fim here, that she's a runaway Delayan girl, that she likes to catalog creatures and histories of this world. I guess the world is called Kraj, Kraj, and that they're young. They're a young runaway who's making their own world out here, or making their own way through life out here in the jungle, doing what interests them, which is this history cataloging. She continues to read more of the letter, and we kind of get the portions of the letter divvied to us throughout the rest of the song, kind of interwoven into her thoughts about all of this. The idea that there's a destiny that awaits her, she's not too sure about. As she states at one point, she collects, "I'm a gatherer of absolute truths, and now I ruminate on the absurd." She doesn't know if she should believe any of this. It all seems kind of fictional. Some greater power and some swords, some shards to the sword that she must collect to access this hidden group of people in the Den of Dawns. That's what it says she must do. And she's like, "I don't know, dude. That's not me, is it? I'm not some fabled person written about in prophecy." She keeps thinking about it though. It says even through the night, she stays awake, thinking of the letter. "I awake in the sweat of a dream, dwell in her spells, I'm disinclined to believe." The person who writes it is the Azdinist. She says that she is here in the Cuth realm, and that there's a spell around it, and the only way to get in is collecting the pieces of the sword, and I guess jamming it into this, I don't know, shield, magic shield. And you need another sword though to do this. You need both the Umbra, which is the one that she needs to find the shards for, and the sister blade Lustra. And what's really interesting here is that it mentions that the lyrics at the end of the song, the melody, rhythms, and chords, when the Blade of Lustra is brought up, are all reminiscent of the chords to a song off of their 2021 album called Lustra, Siphon of Umbra. And this is where the other sword is mentioned. So this is pretty cool. This isn't a one-off idea. This is fully conceptual. The albums are all linked together. And I'm coming in on their third album. So I hope I don't get too lost on this story. It is a bit frustrating trying to follow along with stories when I get lost in them. I'm going to try to keep my head on straight here and hope that this can be understood in a bit of a, secluded style. Anyways, though, by the end of it, even though she kind of thinks that maybe this is something she might want to do, it envelops her, days and nights. She keeps thinking about it. She eventually says, "I was a gatherer of absolute truth, and now I ruminate on the absurd. The Azdinist speaks of the den of dawns, but I'll stay right here until something occurs." So she chooses not to go after this. It's prophecy. I don't deal with rumors. I don't deal with the absurd. I deal with truth. There's no truth to this. There is no hidden magical sword scattered throughout the lands. There's no great power that's going to be given to me by collecting them. I'm just going to sit here. If things change, I'm still open to it. But for the time being, that's not the path I'm going to walk. And this takes us to the next track, which is called Fim. I'm going to assume, based off the title, it could be very wrong here, that this is going to be a bit of an I am song, which is going to tell us a bit about who Fim is through their eyes. Because a lot of what we got off the first track is who Fim is through her actions and a little bit of description from the Azdinist in the letter. Wait, not I am. I want. That's probably protagonists get I want songs. So we'll probably see what Fim wants out of her life right here. Let's dive in, find out.
But since she died, I've a hollow in life, and I'm feeling
very Brandon Urie with the vocal delivery here.
But the message it came, and I'm in disarray. Could it be? Should I leave? Can it wait for a day? I'm not brave to stay. It's a waste of a fate.
The way it's bouncing around on the synths. Ooh, some interesting tension in there.
Listen, mistress, I've no interest. I just like to read. Just because I've done my research doesn't mean it's meant for me. Yes, I guess I'm curious, but that is where this ends.
Very fun symbol work.
Me up and down before grinning into a laughter. Oh, my dear Fim, you poor lonely thing. I have just the companion you're after. With the flourish, the soul.
A little bit of the vocalist of Coheed and Cambria as well. Those really fast guitar licks are wild. The bass just driving forward here. interesting pipe sounds coming out of the synth there. Very warm and resonant, but dark. Yeah, this was cool. This took a lot of that bright, vibrant funkiness of the first track and kind of chucked it into more of a pop rock song. Both the drum beat having that that syncopated bass kick against a pretty static snare. That is an iconic pop rock concept right there. The vocals, to me, kind of shifted outside of what felt very funky the first time around and into a very forward projected rock style. It felt very pop rock, and these two elements really pushed the song forward alongside the general speed of this song. I think harmonically, this captures a lot of the same vibrancy and freedom elements of the first track. It's just that we put them in a different rhythmic idea, a different tempo, different groove, and that changed a lot of it. Well, I guess we also changed the timbre of the vocals at times too, and that helps with the shift as well. This is a song that's kind of over before it begins, though. I don't know if it's the tempo or just the fact that it's half the length of our opening track. It felt like it was over, though. I feel like I had just hit the play button and I was already pausing for analysis. It is a song that just continues to go. We don't really have a lot of flourishy ideas in here. The vocals do hit some nice falsettos in a couple of places, but the vocalist is rather reserved on this one, kind of sitting just within about an octave and a half or so, maybe for a majority of it. And a lot of the guitar work, there's not a lot of fancy ideas going on in here. Just them and the drums keep things steady, keep things pushing forward. And it feels a bit frantic, especially when we get those, I think it's the chorus, and we get those punctuating guitar ideas, those really quick runs. It feels anxious. It feels overbearingly fast. And then we pull in the 16th note pedal tone stuff at the very end of the track. And again, it just feels very frantic. I'm curious what is going to be in this song lyrically that's going to look at this idea of running out of time. Because that's what I get out of all of this. And it's interesting too, because I didn't bring up tempo at all on the first track, but comparatively, the first track is freeing, not just because it has a very vast, expansive harmonic palette, but also because musically, despite being funky and syncopated, temporally, it's kind of laid back. It has nice groove and direction, but it isn't rushing to get anywhere. And I think this is a great way to describe who Fim is in that opening track. They have direction in life. They have goals. They seek out to achieve them, but it's all at a very comfortable pace for them. They do what they can when they can. They're not in a rush to get anything done. Here, though, it feels like there's a time ticking. And Fim is having to make a decision, probably whatever, was going on with the letter and the Den of Dawns, is having to make this decision now. That's kind of where I view the story going, just based off of what the music's doing. The other thing I want to bring up for this one is the synth work. I forgot to bring it up last time. I really like the ornamental ideas on this track. Just right off the bat, I think we were like 30 or 40 seconds in, and we have an idea come in on the guitar, and then a synth takes it over, and that's a cool passing of the baton, but then the synth passes this between different synths. Some of them are different textures and tones, might have been different patches entirely, but also placement. Left side, right side, center, and it just makes these little ornamental ideas bounce around the song, overlapping. It's an echo, it's delaying. It adds so much character to the song while continuing on with this playfulness. An idea can bounce around the atmosphere of the song. We heard quite a bit of this on the first track as well, but there's so much guitar work going on that it kind of gets overwhelming at times, and it's easier to focus on the things that are in the center of the song, the bass, the drums, the vocals, and the guitar occasionally, than the stuff that sits on the outside and kind of gives us that ornamental embellishment, which is what the synths do quite often, at least so far in this first 10 minutes of this album. So yeah, they really got a chance to shine here as the rest of the instrumentation kind of backed off a little bit until the end. I really got to listen to them. So we're 10 minutes in, and I feel like most of my key notes here are applicable to everything we've heard. Bright and vibrant, funky rhythmically, amazing vocals, playful ornamentation, and time stuff. I forgot to bring that up. I suppose it's a good place, though. I think this will be applicable everywhere. Phrasing, time signatures. These things are going to pop up quite a bit on both. They have popped up quite a bit on both of these tracks. So I think the first track had more of it. And I'm kind of curious what that's supposed to represent. Maybe it's just the musicality of it. But in the first track, I noticed that we had some 9-beat phrases, some 7-beat phrases. We played a lot of it in 4/4, however, but there's a lot of sections that also had extensions as well, where I felt that we were in, 7. So we had a bar of 7, a bar of 7, a bar of 7, and then a bar of 8. Another way to look at this would be alternating 4 and 3, 4 and 3, 4 and 3, and then doing a 4 and 4 and having that extra beat there at the end. And typically we would do that when we would push into 4/4 for the next section. And that actually happened a couple of times in that first track. When I mentioned the first time it happened, I said, I thought that last section was in 7, but now we're definitely in 4/4. And they took that riff, that 7-beat riff, and expanded it out into the 4. So I think that's kind of interesting how they continue to play with time in these, but it's done in such an effortless way. I don't feel like there's too many sections in here that make a big show out of the time signatures. Most of it feels like there's a general element of flow to it, while there are certainly sections where internally, just because I'm so attuned to different time signatures, where I'll be like, oh, okay, this isn't 4/4. But it's not necessarily because the song is feeling disruptive with it. It doesn't feel like we're lurching into bars. It doesn't feel like there's extra beats or beats removed. They do a really good job of crafting fluidity through all of their time signatures. It's just that I'm kind of picking up on some of these temporal shifts. And so there's actually probably a few time signatures I completely missed because they just play it so smoothly. You don't even really recognize what's going on there. This song didn't really have a lot of time for that, being that it was 3 minutes and really focused on barreling through to the end of the track. But we saw quite a few time signature changes on that first one. And I don't know if that's just an element of the progressive writing style. Maybe they just really like it, or if they wanted to use it to showcase different things going on. We do have, at least in the first track, a couple of stanzas coming from the voice of the Azdinist through their letter. We have the end when we get to the Blade of Luster, where we take musical cues from an older song. Maybe that's one of the reasons that the time signature changes there, if the time signature changes there. And so maybe there are some thematic reasons for it, but there were so many more time signature changes than just those two in the song. So it might just be for the musical side of things rather than a thematic or artistic direction. All right, let's hit some lyrics on this one. All right, this is interesting because it's kind of like the first song, which I suppose is where this kind of works, is a half track right here, as we are retreading familiar ground. At the beginning, the mistress appears at the door. Fim says, I have no interest. Just because I've done my research doesn't mean this is meant for me. Yeah, I'm curious, and this is where this ends. There's nothing you could do to get this girl to leave the nest. So once again, we have a call to action and a dismissal of it. This is pretty much the first track And we're halfway through this one, lyrically. So we're just retreading a lot of common ground here with a different setup. Now it does randomly mention the fact that she used to live with an adopted fox, but the fox has died and she has felt less productive and more hollow because of that. I couldn't quite figure what the point of this detail was until, well, the mistress conjures up the image of a fox with a wondrous wingspan. I'm going to assume then that this is the animal in the album art here, the purple fox. I mean, it is called a lavender fox, so yeah, okay, that makes sense. Says, it stood as tall as a man with a wondrous wingspan. I blink, but the illusion is now gone. Stunned, I said, okay, I believe in your power. I can be who you need. Just watch. And this is interesting because it's just a conjuring of an illusion here. Just an image of a wolf. Of a fox. And that was all it took? It makes me wonder about the world building here. Is magic not common? I kind of got the idea it was. I don't know. It makes me want to go back to some of the older albums and kind of see what this world is. Because to me, an illusion is something not to trust. Illusionists are not people I would usually consider someone to hold up their end of anything, because they can just create illusions. They're like the rogues of the magic world. But this was enough to convince her. And she says, at first I was dubious, but now I'm convinced. If I'm to be your student, where do I begin? I'm curious and there's a lot to learn. And by the vulpine wing I'll travel, you can have my word. So through a flash of light, they go to the base of a mountain. And the mistress says, climb the mountain, and then you'll be able to fly. So you got to pass this test first. Says at the top of the warden is the keeper of the blade. I assume this is the lustier blade, because the other one is in fragments, the Umbra blade. Says, you must practice and prove your worth to wield what I've made. So I guess this is a task. Climb the mountain, find the keeper of the blade, and get it from them, presumably. And that's going to take us to our next track, Mount, Mettle, and Key. Let's dive into this one. Very warm and quite distinct from the last two tracks.
My feet slip through fine mist and nettle as I rise the isolate spire. Textures are found and forgotten. My mind a menagerie of zeal and abnormal desire. There is a breeze, albeit directionless. Signals no change in time, no change in temperature. My thighs grow weak, the incline is merciless. The test that awaits me doubtlessly far more arduous. Do I have the metal? The swordkeeper waits at the summit. Here's where my Azdinist journey begins. Here's where I show myself worthy to be. I may be afraid, but I'll learn the trees and the steepness diminish, and I'm at the top.
Beautiful.
There in the clearing stands an acolyte. I follow on into a classic shrine. Harsh and reluctant, my instructor ever doubting me, but still I persist until my Azdinist shines. I cast a fire, suffer the strain regain my mind. The more I acquire, the less of a doubt in my master's eyes. On the precipice, I'll show the wind and sway the light. Brother of a sorceress, Azdinist. And when the blood
Ooh, I like that guitar riff.
and I think of home, I know
Dude, the drum work right here is wild.
As I reach the plethora of power, my teeth crosses the shrine. And behind this door resides the promised son. It's yours, so take it if you can. When all my strength fell redundant, my memory offend the key. So I hold lost with a fires. I recall the Lord. Esoteric as it seems, I've heard about these things. I watch as the lock yields, all begins to shift, revealing some smothered light source in a blackened sheath. Suitably lustrous, this blade is yours and only yours to wield.
This song is very fond of 5-beat phrases, but it's still not exclusive with that.
The more I acquire, the less of a doubt in my master's eyes on the precipice.
Very Queensryche with some of these vocal lines.
My feet slip through firm mist and metal. Say goodbye as I glide from crest to the core. The patterns I seek, each swathed in umbral distortion. The first lies beneath the bloom of flowers opulent. There is a breeze that only a petal could learn from. This dreary riddle was his final verse before I left. My quest is to start at the chasms. Fox lavender waits at the edge to take me across. I arrive, but the creature is absent. The winds of the void enfevered. The bloom past the chasm, so fertile yet so far away.
All right, I like that track. It was a nice way of changing things up after 10 minutes of fairly similar, upbeat, expansive music. Here we reach something that's a bit darker, bit of weight to it. I think there's a lot of things that go into this. Right from the very start, our vocalist was at the lowest pitch I think we have heard in the entire album so far. We do end up reaching some of those heights that the vocalist does a fantastic job of hitting and creating more of that sense of wonder through the vocals. But here at the beginning, it's very low in pitch, low in energy. It's kind of whispery. And alongside that, we don't have the exuberant musicality either. We're focusing on something a bit more muted, only a couple of layers, all quiet, focusing on staccato notes or shorter notes rather than long, drawn-out ideas, and focusing on shorter, slower ideas rather than fast and driven energy. It is about, to me, a danger and caution and unfamiliarity. There's a bit of mystery in this track too, although that primarily presents itself closer to the end. And there's a general sense of intrigue throughout. It definitely feels like someone who is a bit outside of their comfort zone, but is wanting more knowledge, more answers, more something. And it's this general intrigue that kind of sits in this track, surrounded by lighter elements of darkness and danger. I think they do a great job of taking their general sound, which is kind of bright, kind of poppy, very vibrant, and finding ways of introducing darkness in that without losing that core feeling. This is still a vibrant song. It's just vibrant in a different direction. This is vibrant in a darker mood, but they still find really cool ways to go about that. Very infectious, still kind of ear candy ways of describing musically the darkness and the danger of whatever's going on here, the intrigue, the puzzle, the questioning, all of it. And I love that. It still has this childlike optimism. This feels more like the dangers of that you would find in The Labyrinth as a film, rather than the dangers of, some R-rated horror film that is more graphic and darker and doomier and gloomier. This still has some of that childlike wonder to it, but you can tell that it's not as free-spirited as those first couple of tracks. And a lot of that comes through the chord progression, comes through the tones of the instruments. If you listen specifically to the synths, you will find some new sounds there that we haven't heard in other tracks. But also through the vocals. I think they carry a lot of the album so far, and that's not just because of the way that they sing some of these lines. I had mentioned earlier that not only is this a very overdramatic and very theatric delivery musically and lyrically and vocally, but it also feels like music that you could find in a musical. It has stage musical elements to it, and unlike more technical details where I would be able to say, oh, it's this specific thing, I don't actually know what makes music feel more stage production-y than a studio rock album. But whatever that distinction is, that I'm going to assume is on the more harmonic side, it's here. This captures it. If I didn't have more context on this and one of y'all were like, yeah, dude, actually, this is just the soundtrack for a stage production, I'd probably believe it. This feels like a straight up rock opera. Aside from the fact that it's a one-man show as far as the vocals go. As usual with concept albums, I would prefer multiple vocalists for different roles. It certainly helps me understand things, even reading the lyrics, and sort of having sentences like, and then the mistress said this. I think it just kind of comes off better not just better, but easier for me to digest if there's multiple vocalists or vocal styles for the different ones. And instead of saying they said to me, you just have a different voice come in and you can attribute the voices to the different characters. But I do appreciate kind of treating this more like a novel and having quotations around things and having the person say, they said to me, and then I said to them. It's a neat little twist and not something I see too often in music and lyric writing. But the vocals, like I was saying, they carry the show. To me, they are the most theatric part of this, and there are a lot of them too. To a point that, Fim was just barely over 3 minutes in length, and I think it had more stanzas than most songs we check out on this channel, even ones that go into the 10-15 minute length. I think there are just as many stanzas here as some of those long epics. It makes me a little apprehensive. The next track is 11 minutes, and our penultimate song is going to be close to 17. How dense are the lyrics going to be in these? Because even on these shorter tracks, it is taking me quite some time to read through all of them, especially with all of the new phrases, characters, places, weapon names, and where people come from and their jobs and all of this stuff. There's a lot of new vocabulary that I have to parse about this world. And then the fact that there's 8 to 10 stanzas for a 4-minute song, it's just incredibly dense. And the vocals carry a lot of this storytelling and theatric component to this. And so in this song, like I said, the music certainly gives way a more mysterious, dangerous element. But I think the vocals say so much about the situation. And I think there's something that's important to pay attention to going forward. Not that I had a hard time paying attention to them anyways. They are constant and very well mixed. You can't miss them. So constant and in like the forefront of the mix. Those I think could be read as negatives. I think I'm just trying to state them objectively though. There are objectively a lot of lyrics in here, and the vocals are put towards the front of the mix where vocals typically sit anyways. But if you haven't been paying too much attention to them because the drum work and the guitar and bass and synth work are all capturing your attention, which absolutely fair, this album has been fantastic on that front too, definitely give the vocals a listen and really pay attention to the emotive element of the delivery, whether it is a bit softer, lighter, more apprehensive, or big and belting and really going for these high notes, lots of power, lots of strength. There's a lot of information being portrayed about the song itself through the vocal work. Beside those two things, there really isn't a lot that I want to bring up on this one. I thought it was pretty concise compared to especially the Azdinist track 1, which was very all over the place. This kind of focused its themes a little bit more. There was plenty of riffs on this. Still a lot of individual sections, but as far as atmosphere, emotion, vibe, I thought that this track did a pretty good job of staying within this darker, gloomier idea, starting out with something a bit more dangerous, bringing in tension, and then pushing towards more intrigue and questioning things. So, I don't know, let's hit some lyrics and see where that takes us. All right, I kind of assumed that the journey up the mountain was going to take more time based off of the music, but it doesn't. It's over with pretty quickly. Talks about how physically she becomes weak while climbing it. She wonders if she even has the mettle to make her way up it, but she knows that the sword keeper awaits at the summit, and that this is where her Azdinic journey begins. I learned through the Genius annotations here that Azdinic is a type of sorcerer or wizard. It's the magic of the world. It is the word for a magic user. At least I'm kind of getting that from context clues based on what's in the annotations, because I do think pretty strongly here that the novel expands on all of this. I still don't know which came first, the lyrics or the novel, but there's a lot of information that is placed outside of the music. For people who really love expanded and multimedia art, this is probably fantastic. You listen to the album, you think it's awesome, you like the world building, you go read a book, and there's like even more in there to learn about. For me, though, in this specific situation, it just makes things more difficult as the information is either assumed that you know it from another media, or it's hoping that you'd be interested by the lack of the information here to dive into it there. And then there's also the context of having albums that came before this that tell the stories about other parts of this story, like this story we're looking at. So there's a lot to dive into if you're enjoying this. But she eventually does make it to the top of this mountain, and she meets an acolyte who ends up being her instructor in Azdin ways. And he teaches her how to cast a fireball, or how to create fire. It just says, I cast fire. I'm not quite sure what this entails, but it takes a lot out of her once she learns how to do it from this guy. And his name is Jewel Garan, but that is never stated in the song. I'm assuming that comes from the novel. But she eventually figures it out, and after so much time of doing this, there's an Azdin regeneration component. I guess it's part of using your willpower or magic power to cast these spells. It takes time to recover from that. And Fim's regeneration is gained tenfold. So she can recover from using her spells much faster after however much time has passed here. And at a certain point, her teacher, this Jewel guy, says, all right, here's everything I can teach you. The sword you're looking for is behind this door. You just got to open it. There's a lock on it. And she finds it really interesting because she has to rely on memory of how to open locks like this based off of her research. She's been doing this magic stuff for so long, she needs to rely back on her scholarly knowledge at this point. I think that's an interesting little tidbit there. To focus on one aspect for so long, you kind of forget this other part of you until you need it. Anyways, though, it seems pretty quickly she just opens the lock. Maybe in the book there's some better pacing to this, but as far as the song goes, she's like, oh, geez, a lock. I need to use my scholar knowledge here. And the lock's open. And in it is this sheath, a blackened sheath with the blade in it. So she acquires it and begins to head back down the mountain. The master, Jewel, he told her where the first piece of the next sword would be. And so she begins to go towards this chasm where it is. And she was told that her fox creature would be there to help her across the chasm. And when she gets there and she believes this is the place where she'll find the first piece of the sword, her fox isn't there. And that's where we're going to kick off this next song. I haven't really been talking too much about how the emotions and techniques and composition of the songs match the themes of the lyrics too much. And I think that's because it's fairly apparent. A lot of this is very surface level. The first track was, hey, I live in this area, this little, piece of the jungle, and I do what I need to do. It's a very freeing life. I have no rules. I just live here by myself and do my own thing, and I'm fulfilled. That matches. She's so fulfilled that she even turns away the call to action initially. Here, though, this song was about danger and mystery and intrigue, and it was about somebody scaling a mountain and learning to control magic and using that magic to unlock a puzzle. Well, actually using her knowledge to unlock a puzzle, but still, the puzzle came in. That's the intrigue and mystery part that we saw at the end of the track. So, yeah, it's just, to me, it's very surface level connections. The music is so diverse and technical and shifting and swirly that it encompasses usually so many different smaller ideas that probably work on a stanza to stanza level. This stanza is specifically about this topic. The music shifting a little bit towards this feeling probably matches that moment really well. But 20 seconds later, you're going to be on the next stanza and you're going to be in a new flavor right there. So it's tough to kind of get into the nitty gritty without taking this song every 20 seconds, pausing, okay, this is why that worked, and having the lyrics up, and like, this is why that worked, and this is how this works. And that's just like, it's going to need a really big deep dive if that's the kind of analysis you're looking for on this one. I mean, this is something that would probably 20 to 30 minutes per song. You're looking at a 6-hour video here where I'm pausing every few moments just to talk about how everything's tied together. I don't think I'd mind doing that, but it's definitely beyond the scope of this video and my intentions with it. All right, next up is our first longer track. Let's dive in.
Lavender Fox descends and scampers beside me. A pouch of petals fastened
So
under
gorgeous.
its crown, and I understand the wind's riddle resolved. Our flight path revealed. As passenger, I hurl a handful of weak reveal.
You know who it kind of reminds me of a little bit? The opening of this track is Arch Echo. such precision to the vocal melodies. Very freeing sound right here, though. The strings are an interesting touch. Lots of cool ornamentation here. A lot of tension here. Very fun bell work on the outsides though.
The lavender fox, it whips around as if to accuse a wilting shrub, but there is nothing there. Naught but the shade, luster illuminates. As soon as I vanish, it is leaving. I am led by the blade. Deep in the false night, the tendrils of ghostwood start clinging. Every step forward, the bracken resisting us to ride. I feel it crawling my shin. Cut it back, it coils again. Why must
I think this is the longest time we've ever sat within 1/5. There's certainly been movement and diversity and exploration,
or do we die here in the strangle as the blind light can
but this darkened kind of sinister awe, yeah, it's been going on for minutes now.
I slice against its grasp. I straight till my eyes see. Ahead I see the source. Just a little more. This life will not be my grave.
Dude, that bass. Lots of tension. Classic eerie organ sound for a second. It's just jumping between so many ideas. We have a steel drum off on the left. I love that instrument. I use it in so much of my music. It's so good.
Just as we reach the core, I turn to see the Lavender Fox. Poor thing, ensnared by its wing. How much will be severed by this blade if I... Some mistrust, and I'm left alone with my deed. With eyes too inflamed to be thought of like glamour, I sink my friend's stained blade into the pallet, and it's as it sounds. The bloom above begins to die.
More of a sorrowful movement.
Blood. Minute shift that's all around me. Color reigns, the sun prevails. Yet harm is all I care to deal and dwell on. If I had thought that it would end this way, that every bloom was due its wilt, I would have scotched the opulence. No flower should be worth more than a wing. How could I have
Wow. Regret? I know this is the same... No, it's the same chord progression we just had on the electric guitar. The timbre change really hammers it home, though. Also, I think this is the first only time so far that we have a single instrument at play at any moment. Surely that can't be coincidental. I mean, it could be, I guess. I don't know how to feel about this one. I think this is where a specific concept is really starting to speak to me. But we're going to get there in a second. I want to talk about what this song is doing. It's very clearly split up into 3 movements. And I think they probably align with the songs. Sky Sailing is probably that super adventurous, free form. I even wrote freedom as a description of this section. I'm going to assume that the fox has appeared, even though they hadn't appeared at the end of the last track, and now that they're sailing over the chasm. I mean, it just makes a lot of sense musically and with the title of the song. Sky sailing, just a very interesting term for flying, sailing through the air. Beyond the bloom, though, this is the second part of the song and easily the longest. They really stuck with this tone. It starts out with some awe, but it's rather slow. And there's some grit to it too. Some tension that arises, some chords that just sort of bubble underneath the vocals. It is a massive tonal shift from the first 2 or 3 minutes of the song with Sky Sailing. And there are plenty, coming back to the vocals again, this is really important, plenty of stereotypical villain ideas in here. We have higher pitched shrieks all over this place. We have cackling. We have maniacal laughing in here. We have a slide into higher notes where the higher note brings tension and harmonic instability to it. I don't know what it is about sliding from a low note into a high one. Maybe it's supposed to represent some sort of madness, maybe, but it's just so frequently used. It's villain coded in a lot of stage production. And so much of this feels very villainous. It starts out as awe, though. I don't know what was being said, but I'm going to assume based on Beyond the Bloom and that they are looking for the bloom, which I believe is term for the shards of this sword. Again, I'm going off of a lot of context of incomplete ideas that come from the novel. I haven't read the novel, but the annotations continue to allude towards expanded information presumably gained from there. So Beyond the Bloom would be finding this sword. I'm going to assume the sword has dark or evil tendencies or properties to it. Or maybe, fingers crossed, new character. Maybe that's what all this is about. Having a totally different vocal delivery for a new character in here. Either way, that this character doesn't seem good. Doesn't seem positive. And they seem to have found themselves quite a bit of power, which I think is where most of the more maniacal elements in this come from, and at the beginning, the awe of having found this. And it starts off dark, but kind of positive, and quickly devolves and just spirals out over about 7 minutes. I find this really interesting because once again, we see how great this band is at taking a single idea, single concept, and divvying it up into smaller parts. What if we take this and add some synth flourish to it? What if we throw a violin in? What if we change the chord progression just a little bit? What if we remove that violin and change up the synths? What if we bring the vocals back in here? And you can just feel how the evolution over the 5 minutes here is just a series of removing things and adding things. Everything can be very easily be tied back to something that came prior to it. And I think that works very well, and they continue to showcase why they do such a great job within this prog rock context of, cramming so many different sounds into a song, but making it all cohesive. And it really is this sort of building block idea of just like taking blocks out and slotting something else in where that, that new piece is missing. It's created that gap. And everything develops really well across this while continuing to retain this dark tension, twisting spiral kind of vibe. And of course, increasing over time with more tension and more intensity as we head towards the end of this segment. This wraps up with our third part, which is called Wilt, which when a flower wilts, it dies. And the end of this song, the final like 2-3 minutes, definitely feels sorrowful. We still have this overall darker, gloomier atmosphere, but instead of power, we now have sorrow. And that sorrow eventually gets shifted into a form of regret that I didn't really pick up on, as you might remember, until we shifted that chord progression and that riff to the acoustic guitar, which for whatever reason felt more mournful to me than the electric guitar did, and really tapped into the emotions of the chord progression and expanded upon that sonically. So we have joy and freedom that leads to twisting power, that leads to sorrow and regret. That's what I get out of this song. And I find it quite interesting that it doesn't jump around as much as, our previous tracks. That is one thing that this album has done really well, is really putting a lot of ideas out there. And this one, despite still having that momentum throughout the constant evolution of sound, it really stuck with these ideas. Each section has its theme, and it doesn't deviate from that. It's locked in a way that the previous tracks haven't really done so. And this kind of leads to the next big topic I have for this album. And this is going to be, I think, overall a bit of a negative for me, but that's a subjective take. This could be a positive for you, but objectively, it's leaning towards maximalism. These songs have a lot going on in them. Repeat listens are definitely going to be more favorable to this, as you can begin to anticipate and know what to listen for and all that. But I'll tell you, we are 20 minutes into this, so about a quarter of the way done. Really? Quarter of the way? Yeah, I guess. We're a quarter of the way into it, and I am overwhelmed. I'm having a blast of a time. This is really great music, but there's so much to take in. I think casually, a first time would have been the best way to do this, and then have done like a second or third listen as my reaction, knowing what's ahead, kind of knowing what kind of topics I would want to talk about, so it isn't as exhausting to listen to on my first time through. And that actually sounds like a really good idea. I might need to expand upon that, especially for stuff like this. If this were a double album, and I mean, an hour and 20 minutes is already going to be quite a bit of music. But if this were a double album, I do think I would be wiped out by the end if they continue with this level of detail. It's just so much to think about all the time. And it's not even like, when we check out Haken or other prog rock groups that do a lot of details, a lot of layers, they tend to still stick with ideas. They might be dense ideas, but you might only get 4 or 5 of them in a song. Maybe the longer tracks, your epics, your 9+ minute songs might be a bit more linear, but for the most part, even in a Haken track, verse, chorus, bridge, maybe a second part of the bridge, maybe a pre-chorus or a post-chorus, and you're good. There's a lot to worry about in each section, but there's not a lot of sections. Azure just doesn't care. I feel like there's 20 plus sections to most of these songs. And granted, most of these sections are only like little 8-bar phrases. But I think that the rapidity, is that a word? How rapid things are changing, rapidity? Of fluctuations in this song, it makes it so that my brain never really gets a chance to stop and breathe and just get the gist of things. You know, in a lot of music, we'll get into a section, drums, bass, guitar, vocals, synths. All right, I get what this is going for. Let me vibe with it. Let me feel the emotion for a little bit. This, I haven't even heard everything yet, and they're already changing things up. It moves so quickly. And like I said, I think for this first time listen, it's going to be a bit of a negative for me. And that it's going, not that it's a bad thing, but it is going to negatively impact my experience with it. But I'm trying to keep that in mind, knowing that it isn't an issue with the art, but an issue with just the way I'm approaching this. And I'll try not to bring it up in the future. I feel like I'm getting better about that, not like locking into negative parts of music, but also just kind of keep that in mind as I might feel a bit more overburdened in future tracks, especially that 17-minute song. I think that's going to be wild. Just kind of keep that in mind, and if I need to, just to take those mental breaks, just say it's okay if I just vibe with it for a little bit. I don't need to hear all the details. Just kind of feel the song, allow the brain to turn off and allow the heart to turn on. It's a weird way to phrase that. Let me hit some lyrics on this one. This song went in a little bit a different direction than I expected. And I think it's because I mischaracterized, well, I didn't mischaracterize the singing. I applied it to the wrong character. We'll get to that in a second, though. The first portion of this sky sailing is exactly what I expected. The Lavender Fox descends and Fim rides it across this chasm, and it is beautiful and freeing and wind blowing in the hair and phenomenal. The final stanza saying, "High again, we're sky sailing, winding in turbulence, found in friendship." Everything's great here. The next section, though, beyond the bloom, where they land, there's just flowers, trees, vines, everything foresty, growing. They know they must push forward, but there's so much foliage in the way. And Fim thinks, I could cast the fire, but it would be a pity to destroy all of this, and we're not on a time limit. I'd rather preserve all of this beauty. So she sheathes her blade and pushes into the forest. Now, despite the outside of it being described as technicolor, the inside is a rapturous blackness. They continue to push on, noticing that it seems like everything is closing in around them. Shrubs tend to not be far outside, but now close, vines wrapping around their legs. Eventually, her sword begins to illuminate and she unsheathes it as it gleams through the darkness. She begins to cut back at the forest as it tries to entangle her and notices, corner of her eye, her lavender fox has one of its wings completely ensnared. Only one choice she can find to do ends up cutting the wing off. This section ends with the stanza, "My one-winged companion abandons in gruesome mistrust, and I'm left alone with my deed. With eyes too inflamed to be fuddled by glamour, I sink my friend-stained blade into the palin. As it sings, as it siphons, the bloom above begins to die." So, I was wrong earlier. It seems that the palin is the pieces of the sword that she's collecting. So she gets her first piece right here, and the entirety of this area just decays, falls down and dies. Now the way open to leave. And she is left here in grief, in regret, more so than just the sorrow of harming her new friends, the realization that we could have just burned it down at the start and none of this would have meant anything anyways, as it all wilted and decayed once I got this sword piece regardless. As she states, I would have scorched the opulence. No flower should be worth more than a wing, but how could I have known? She just feels this venom, this burden on her as she remembers the choices that she's made. And that's the end of that section. So push forward. The next track is called Weight of the Blade. Interesting use of pedal tone on this. Very Haken with the mappy perfection and clarity.
How many wonders have I swindled or bled from their home while I'm so far removed from my own? There is no way to know if I cared and I don't. Yonder fountain, feel the red lightning. No enchantment ornate is my own. Tread over sea, set to 16 and leave everything with the ring in the wake of my way. Wing of my stride carries the cloud, but turns my eyes. It's not that I don't feel alive.
Ooh, putting a little bit of grit on those vocals. I like this beauty, a little bit of levity coming in after such a layered, heavy section. This feels adventurous, pushing forward.
Well, maybe I sold myself cheap. Or should I be grateful for the journey that was thrust upon me? It depends where it leads, where it ends, on the state of my soul, or either way that it's spent. Ever since old Todd the mountain, my teacher, I've had a fire who yearns for release. And since the bloom, I have risen to its true ultra guilt. And the weight for those wings to the blades. That's very cold. Wailing like wings are both broken and sharp. So hard in your heart, no, still a fool, my life in my guide. All that I know is this way to behave. Empathy said that.
Love that bass line, man. The bass is just killing it every song.
The weight of the blade, it listens in the darkness, it tastes as a tongue. The mistress, she lives in the downtown. I dare not return,
What?
but the blade weighs so much.
I want to hear that drum beat again. By the time I noticed it, it was already gone, but I mean, that's pretty close to the reggaeton beat, wasn't it? You got the cross stick on the snare. Ooh, the shifting accents on the drums. Love the piano work. Oh, we're getting mappy. There's so much. A little bit of a jazzy innocence here, but we had sorrow just prior to this. Earlier in the song, we had pushing forward, driving intensity. The wailing of the vocals against the intensity of the guitar. This was a vocal melody not that long ago, wasn't it? The guitar and synth part, just constant 16th notes. Yeah, that's the reggaeton beat. I know. These songs are too dense to run two back to back, though. We might do 8 and 9 together, since that's a 6 and a 3. And we will do the last 2 together, because the final song is only 2 minutes long. So that'll just be a nice big chunk of like 20 minutes straight of music. But, I mean, we got another 7-minute song ahead of us. I'm not going to remember all that. I'm barely going to remember what happened in this one. I mean, just once again, though, it is incredibly dense. There is so much going on in individual moments, and so many small moments that kind of come together for this. And this song is all over the place emotionally. You know, we've talked about Beyond the Bloom, the middle part of track 4. We talked about the Azdinist, track 1, and how I said that these songs have a lot of little sections that all come together to form this exploration through a larger idea, with track 1 just being this very exuberant, vibrant freedom, Beyond the Bloom in track 4 being this idea of negativity and darkness and twisted spiraling. And just kind of finding different ways to evolve this feeling so that you can have this forward momentum through it while still retaining that overall goal. This song, no, it doesn't do that. This song's all over the place. We have heavy djenty ideas. We have reggaeton beats in here. We have very vibrant, extravagant sections. We have elements of pushing forward, lots of driving momentum. We have crippling grief and weight and regret in here. We have anger, animosity, joy, perseverance. It's so many ideas. And I found this to be rather interesting because it triggered this idea that I've brought up in a couple of other bands. Primarily, I think post-rock is a genre that does this really well in general. Art rock too, but it's the idea of complex writing. And usually when I have a song that to me it speaks to me on that emotional level, it isn't just a sad song. It isn't just a happy song or an angry song. It's complex emotionally. It's the harmonic information that provides a lot of nuanced elements to help inform what this emotion is. Oftentimes, I might not even have a word for the emotion, but I can describe the complexity, how it feels a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of this other emotion. It all comes together and swirls and manipulates and turns into this other feeling. It's about creating emotionally dense harmonies and melodies too, because they bounce off of and evolve harmonic ideas as well. That is the exact opposite of this style of writing, though. There really isn't a lot of complexity to the emotional resonance of these sections. You will have a sorrowful or a mournful section, and then you will have a dark, gritty section, and then a regretful section, and then a perseverance section. And it gets the emotional complexity not by smashing everything together and seeing what comes out of it, but by putting a lot of these individual surface level feelings back to back to back to back to back to back in rapid fire succession. You get to feel all of these individual components, and then the entirety of that 3 or 4 minute passage is going to be how the feelings are supposed to be smashed together. And you're really supposed to take sort of this open, laid out, flat perspective and then stack it and understand it as the complex thing that it is. This is focusing on each emotion individually rather than trying to put it all together. And I think it works in this particular case, however. I don't think that, as usual, right? Tools in a toolbox. Sometimes this technique is going to work. Other times it's better to go for the complex emotional technique. It really depends on what you're trying to say. Here, though, if my assumptions are correct, which I had a totally wrong read on the last track in where I predicted the story would go based on the music, but I'm going to assume that Fim right here is stuck between two worlds. Upset and regretful over their actions in the bloom, while also feeling the need to push forward, to continue on in their Azdinist training, or I'm still not entirely sure. It just the goal for power that the mistress of the den is going to give her. The Azdinist, yes, and this need to continue the journey while reconciling with your actions of the past and feeling the grief, the regret, mourning the loss of the fox that you loved, especially since it is sort of in the image of her adopted fox, presumably the one that had passed away and made her life feel more empty. And so she has harmed this friend of hers and she can't deal with that, but she feels like she must go forward. And it's a flurry of emotions. This isn't really a complex one. It isn't, maybe you could express some of these as compound emotions, sure, but I think in this case, the rapid movement between them really creates this mental maelstrom or emotional maelstrom that she might be within. And instead of combining it all, it shows the stress and anxiety of experiencing all of these in rapid succession. While maybe the actual feeling of being Fim right now might be a bit more nuanced, I think that this is a really great sonic showcasing of what might be going on in her emotional turmoil. And I think that's really interesting. I would love to see them dive a little bit more into complex emotional writing, but this idea right here, I think they pulled it off really well in this track of just doing a bunch of surface level ideas, quickly moving between them. And this kind of bounces to the next idea I want to bring up that I think was once again showcased well in this track, but also is showcased well across this entire album, is just simply expressive writing. There really isn't a single ambiguous part of this album. There is no section where I'm wondering, I wonder what they're trying to say here, or I wonder what they're trying to do or express or to showcase. Everything is extreme. Everything is theatric. Nothing in here is really mundane. Everything is taken to the next level. And all of it is very clear. There really is no room for ambiguity, that's the word, on this album. And I find that those two things combined are rather charismatic. I find that I'm growing to enjoy how this album works, the composition style of Azure, something that I wanted them to stick with after the first track, but they certainly are landing on. If you remember, 2 hours ago when we started this, I had mentioned after listening to the Azdinist that I wanted them to keep their style, but not necessarily stick with the overly, bright-eyed, innocent, everything is beautiful kind of writing. I wanted them to dive into stuff that would be thematically appropriate for wherever the story went. And that's definitely what they're doing. Every song on here feels like Azure. I can feel new inspirations. I've talked about Haken a couple of times now, especially as we reach the more metallic sounds in these darker themes. That's paired with this very sterile production style. It just screams Haken to me. The beginning of Weight of the Blade kicks off with a bit of a Agentic rhythm. I don't know, it just felt very Haken-y to me. Some of the more metallic passages that we saw on, I can't remember if it was Mount, Mettle, and Key, or if it was in Beyond the Bloom segment of track 4. Very Dream Theater-y, though. But much like I mentioned earlier, where I can feel this inspiration, I wouldn't necessarily expect these bands to put anything out like this. Much like comparing the first couple of tracks to Genesis, but saying that this was definitely Azure's style, they were just inspired by. I still feel that same way regarding stuff like Dream Theater and Haken, where this is still, it cannot be confused for another band. This is 100%, honestly, Azure. They have their own sound, their own flair. And I think it's cool to kind of pick up where the homages might be, the little, tip of the hats to, I really like this sound that this band does. I want to incorporate it into here, but it's not copying that sound one for one. It's incorporation of influence. And I think that is phenomenal because it allows them to continue to go into whatever direction they want. We've explored quite a few emotions on this album, with Weight of the Blade probably having the most diverse emotional showcase in it. And they continue to work within this very expressive style that is them. Once again, it still feels like something I could see in theater. It would not surprise me if sometime in the future, whether it's an official production or a fan-created one, that this album ends up on a stage somehow, some way, somewhere, because it has all of the components ready to go for that. And a lot of it deals with the way it's expressive and ensures that everything is just heightened a little bit and pushed to that next level to ensure that it is engaging, interesting, and emotionally vulnerable. You can always feel what it's trying to do. All right, let's hit the lyrics on this one and see if it is about a spiraling femme, given what she had to do at the end of the last track. We have a pretty big time skip here. We will find out later on in the song, but at least 100 years have passed since the bloom. And still, it weighs on her, both parts of it, actually. The regret of harming the Lavender Fox and that pain, but also the lesson learned. The flowers were going to die eventually anyways. She hesitated to use the fire because she thought she could save it, but nothing lasts forever. And because of her hesitance, she ended up harming someone she loved. So now she no longer hesitates to use the flame. The only thing that matters now is to find the rest of the sword. She says, "How many years have I done this alone? How many wonders have I swindled or bled from their home, while I'm so far removed from my own? There's nowhere to know. And if I cared, and I don't. Basically saying here that she's been away from her home for so long, and she's beginning to lose empathy for anything and anyone except for her quest. She talks about going over fountains, going through seas, going over mountains, and just everywhere around the world. She says that no matter where I go, I am sent to seek, steal, and leave. I'm there for a mission. I get my MacGuffin, which in this case are the Palums, and then I leave, everything withering in wake of my wave. Basically saying everywhere I go, I just leave destruction, but I leave with the thing I went in to take. Talks about her eyes becoming crimson and feeling untouched by the passing of time. She wonders if maybe she sold herself out too cheap, that maybe she shouldn't have taken this journey, maybe not without any sort of payment or, I don't know, context to it all. In the end, though, she doesn't really care. She thinks back to the mountain and her teacher, where she had learned fire. She says, ever since the bloom, I have reason to assume that all shall wilt, so I never wait for those weak to the blaze. We don't wait for things anymore. We don't try to save it. We just have to destroy everything in order to build a sword. She mentions the mistress she awaits in the den of dawns, but I dare not return, though the blade weighs so much. Well, maybe I could. There's definitely guilt to all of this. Maybe she's even finding that she's done with this quest. She's not going to complete it without giving up her soul, but she also doesn't want to disappoint the mistress of the den, and so decides to just continue on. Says, oh, to be bound by the weight of the blade, so hard to see past the weight of the blade. For every light stolen adds weight to the blade, 100 years of my life to the weight of the blade. So again, the weight of the blade is a metaphor for her grief, her regret. It gets harder to carry the sword, to live on with all of this emotional guilt on her. Every person that she murders with it makes every step heavier for her. Not only the life that she's taken from others, but the life that she's given to it. 100 years of her life has been given and makes the blade heavier too. The song ends with a look into her psyche. Says, all that I know is this way to behave, empathy severed by the hand of endeavor, with no way to measure the weight of the blade. She says, I've lost all empathy. I can't measure how much life I've stolen with this, how much destruction I've made with this blade, with my fire. In fact, it might even be that you could take this one more level, and instead of talking about the weight of the blade in a strict metaphorical way where the blade is a parallel to her grief, but she herself has become a weapon. The weight of herself on the places that she goes through. She says you just can't count any of it anymore. At the end, she says it's better that rather than dwelling on the things we've lost, we deal in destruction to the wonders of the world. It's completely given in to her destructive tendencies just to get this quest finished. Once again, I want to come back to the idea that it's possible that each of these emotional swings in the song, a shift to a different atmosphere, pairs really well with the stanza that it is played against or before or after. That kind of having the lyrics up with the music will help all of that work together, and it might make the music feel a bit less, I don't want to say disjointed, because I do think that there is a smooth pacing through a lot of these changes, but as we do wildly shift between emotions, particularly in track 5, Weight of the Blade. It might work really well as we looked at the lyrics here, where we can see that she's feeling regretful one moment and then stoic the next, and then thinks maybe I can just retire all of this and head to the mistress and present her the pieces I have, and then chooses to go away from that and focus back on the mission. And there's this, like I mentioned, a maelstrom of emotions that she's going through. And the music probably follows the lyrics fairly well with that. All right, the next one is called The Kingdom of Ice and Light. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, dude, already feels like crystals. It's very bright and shimmery and metallic.
Pilgrim to pilgrim, he gave his advice. Head northeast to the frost web of winter. Well, now I've arrived here, bracing the blizzard, finding the maze.
Light and spark and then heavy.
Glorious structure.
Very cool contrast. Oh my god. Ah, dude.
This tumultuous sound in my head, it seizes my carnage, it shrieks and it begs. As I venture this prism of ice, I am forced to extinguish my fire. Something in the glacier calls, speaks without a sound to me. What happened to God?
One of the first times we've had a 3/4 in here. I don't know why I anticipated this slower tempo. I was not anticipating that. That bass, dude. Nice 5 here. That's one of the sharpest turns that we've ever taken. It's shifting. It's 5 most of the time, but there's 4s tucked in there. Very turn of the century pop vocal idea there. I love it. That's the bass, isn't it? Wait. There's also the bass in the background. This is definitely a finger-picked. if they did double tracking on the bass. Although I suppose this lead instrument here could be a synth too. Very tumultuous moment though. Just keeps going. We have some nice half of that synth work in the middle is arpeggiation. Interesting. This marks not necessarily the middle of the album. Well, maybe, give or take. It's definitely the middle of the track. So we finished track 6 of 12, and I think that's the first place where we've had a hard stop. I find that interesting that track 4 went into track 5, given that there was a 100-year gap there. But here it almost feels like an intermission in the middle of a musical. There is a very clear winding down of things that we just haven't heard at all. This just continues to add fuel to my argument that this needs to be a stage play. All right, I'm glad we're all on the same page for that. And if you're not, get on the page, because this is going to be a thing eventually. I really think Azure just needs to get bigger, or they need to meet the right people, or have their music fall into the ears of the right people who would be able to put the production on. It'll happen one day. I'm confident of it. It's impossible not for it to be a thing in our future. Interestingly though, to wrap up this half of the album, the song doesn't really do a lot new, and that actually might be purposeful. To bring us back to musicals, the final song, the final performance in the first act of a musical typically wraps things up by reusing ideas. This is the place where motifs are going to come into play, recurring themes, emotional elements, any sort of memorable licks, anything like that. We're going to begin to wrap up some of the themes of the first half of the story and begin working into the second half of the story. And so kind of bringing everything to a head here and bringing up many similar ideas that we have heard throughout, which is pretty interesting too, because this album's been pretty diverse. The first two tracks yeah, very similar in sound, but ever since then, every track's been developing its own identity as we've been exploring different emotional landscapes. And we do explore some new stuff in here. Don't get me wrong, this is not a medley of the past 5 tracks. But it does, for the first time, really begin to tread common ground of the past emotions. All brand new composition, but returning to some of the vibes of the past, bringing things all together. Now, one thing that I think it does very well that kind of cements its identity as its own track is the beginning. Right from the start, we have twinkling, glistening, just sparkly sounds, descending and ascending note patterns from multiple instruments that sound like metal or crystal. It's all synth work here, I think. Sounding like glockenspiels and steel bells and pipes and anything else that's going to give off a vibrant metallic tone. Maybe some stuff that's not even based off of real acoustic instrumentation. It sounds very twinkly. It sounds very crystalline. It is gorgeous. It also feels a little cold, though I think a lot of this comes from the brightness of the instruments in a non-electronic way. Because we've listened to the electric guitar give us these very bright, positive, vibrant runs ever since, tracks 1 and 2 started off like that. And the vocals are consistently bright in their timbre too. But we haven't really seen any of this acoustic brightness in the instrument range. And bringing in the metallic brightness is what gives it this crystalline, pure sound to it, a twinkling, if you will, that we haven't really heard elsewhere. And I think it is a very cool way to introduce the kingdom of ice and light. Light piercing through the light piercing through the ice and being refracted and twinkling and glistening. And it just absolutely sells the idea of somehow seeing a castle made of ice that never melts and the sunlight going through it and just that light bouncing around everywhere. Perfect encapsulation of this, and right from the start, it grabbed my imagination and immediately makes me think of a kingdom of ice and light. Spot on work right there. But this isn't where this concept ends. Unlike many of the other tracks, which are focused on a single perspective, this one brings in a duality. Yes, we get this twinkling brightness. It's very light, lots of levity to it. And it's not long before you contrast it with these really low, booming electric guitars, filling space, bringing a low-end sound, being weighty. Really big difference from the levity of the twinkling sound. I can only imagine being a kingdom of ice that our fire wielder, this is not Avatar, our fire magician lady is, might have a little bit of a leg up in this area. And I think this is a perfect way to finish up this little arc of her character, where originally something that she could easily burn, the forest, the bloom in the forest and the trees and the leaves and all this, and chose not to. Now we have ice that the fire can easily melt. And I really think that the larger imposing sounds is her presence within this light, sparkling, beautiful kingdom. And bringing these things together as they contrast each other. At least I really hope that that's where the lyrics are going to go. Because honestly, I'll tell you, I'm like 50-50 on kind of predicting where the story's going based off the music. As expressive as the music is and as clear as the emotional components are, I haven't really had a strong read of what the emotions and the order of them are supposed to represent. And I find that interesting. Usually I'm pretty good about that. Now, these are the emotions, this is how it made me feel, this is what I assume you're going to be looking at in the lyrics. And it just hasn't always been that way. It's not consistent on this album. Azure and I seem to go in different directions on this. It does sort of make me wonder about the writing process, though. Do they write the lyrics first? I mean, the story's already written out, I believe. Which I guess if you already know what the story's doing, you write the music to match that. That's probably what happens, right? All right, I think I kind of answered my own question there, but if you have more insight into this, if Azure has put out, videos or interviews or maybe even blogs about this process, let me know. I'd love to get a little bit more insight into the creation process of how they go about creating the music. But they are kind of eluding me a little bit. We're on different wavelengths on some of these songs. I think that's about it for this one. The contrast is the real big one here. Otherwise, it kind of falls in line with a lot of the things I've talked about on other tracks. Yeah. All right, let me hit some lyrics then. There's two really fun twists in this one. One is a fantasy twist. The other is just good storytelling because it adds another conundrum for our main character, something to show who they are. I do kind of wish we had spent the 100 years with them, even if it was through a montage, though I don't know how you would do a musical montage, but just something to see them grow rather than being told off screen that they've become this murderous person. This might be one of the areas where the novel works better in this regard rather than the music, and I'm beginning to think that maybe this works two sides of the same coin. The soundtrack for this album, the soundtrack for this story told through the album is phenomenal. But there's so much story missing because an album just doesn't have as much room for text as novels do. And there's already a lot of text in these songs. I mean, the lyrics are incredibly dense. So they're really pushing as much as they can into the song from the story, but it's going to have its limits eventually. And so I don't really think that the book is the better version, but I don't think the album is the better version. Granted, based off of an idea of what I think the book would be, because I haven't read the book. But I assume that it works best when you've done both. Kind of allowing the context of the book to help fill in blanks in the music and the atmospheres of the music to help add background sound and musical storytelling to your novel reading. And I wish there was a way to pair the two. But I doubt that you could read the book in an hour and a half and it actually have any sort of depth to it. So the pacing is it's not going to work. Not unless you get like the instrumental version and run it on loop while you read specific chapters. That could kind of work, I think, but you're going to lose the intentional emotional pacing too. Anyways, though, lyrics on this is great. So Fim comes up to a pilgrim who's dying and finds some advice to head northeast to the frost web of winter. And arriving there, they find a maze of ice. So they start setting it ablaze. I called it. I totally called it. Fantastic storytelling in the beginning of this track. But then there's a sound, a shrieking and a begging. Causes Fim to put down her fire. Come to find out, they couldn't find where the voice was coming from, but it was actually from the light itself. You see, living light exists within these crystals. It's their homes. It's also their prisons, in a sense. saying, "Let us be, you beast of fire. We are defenseless. We are light within the ice, living, but with no way out. Must you melt that which holds our life?" Thym thinks and says, "Prisoner to prisoner, I understand. Guide me through your kingdom and I'll stay my hand." So the light guides Thym through this maze-like ice kingdom to the Palin. And she finds it in the center of this castle, only to realize that this Palin, this piece of the sword, is the source of light that shines through all these crystals. Removing the Palin would destroy all life in this kingdom. As stated at the end, I promise to spare them, but if I remove the source, they will all die. How do I spare you? Eventually coming to the fantastic conclusion that she can create a new light source to replace it. So she takes the Palin and adds a light source, presumably from her firepower. What once she used to take life indiscriminately, she has now created life with this power. This is a fantastic turning point for Thym as a character. That's why I said I really like the twist here, the fantastical twist of living light in castles. That's just a phenomenal concept in and of itself, and I'd love to see a visual representation of that. Actually, I do in my mind, right? But like, I kind of want to see a film of this now, alongside a musical too. I have big dreams for this. Azure, I have high hopes for what you could do with this. But anyways, this twist that leads to character development at the end of the song. I'm on board for all of that. This might be, I don't think it's musically my favorite song, but lyrically I think it is. A lot of really strong writing going on in there. Everything else has kind of been just there, kind of explaining things at face value, but this with those twists, very, very well done, very tasty. All right, the Lavender Fox is this next track, and we're going to kick off from Silence, which is a rarity on this album. Let's see where this takes us.
Why, Thym? Why ever did you hurt me? Some friend, she left me in the darkness. Back and forth, I bet across the dawn dawns, dragging with me my one wing. Just like me. It seemed better days. Just like me. It had prophets in a pair. Useless to attack the palace to my wound. They offer tasks to keep me entertained. But when I sigh, they look away. Oh, I wish I had a wing, I would never give the other up. Though.
Dang, the precision on that.
Now I'm nothing but a lavender you picked before it could bloom. Still here in my home, I adjust to being alone, but I feel like I'm wasting away. Heal me, can anybody hear me? Waiting for somebody to save me.
So we have isolation, less layers than usual,
God, it's been a while.
mostly atmosphere and this metallic tinkering, and a lot of voice work.
She's finally returned. She took my wing and gave me flight. She left me there to die. Now she approaches. I stall, but she persists. You daddy love why didn't you just leave me to my pain now?
A little bit of yodeling in there too.
Perhaps to end the joy doesn't take long. She raises her hand and brings it down to my back. I wince, but it's painless. My vestigial limb disappears.
Beauty and comfort out of all of that darkness.
It's okay, my friend. It's all better. You need no wings. You're balanced again. It's okay, my friend. You're all better. You need no wings now. You need no wings. You're balanced again. She gave me alive. I can throw it.
The electric guitar chiming in where the vocals have been ad-libbing. Okay, maybe my hypothesis about the intermission is wrong, because there we have another hard stop. Nice fade out to an ending. Yeah, there's not a lot to this track musically. We do have one really big idea to talk about, but emotionally, we're looking at a section of the track that primarily focuses on atmosphere. We have a low bass tone rumbling on the bottom. We have twinkling things on the side. It certainly feels like you're in a place of darkness and vibrancy. Maybe a dark cave with light shimmering off of water that's dripping around the sides of the cave, or off of stalagmites. I don't remember which one comes from the ceiling. It's either stalactites or stalagmites. And maybe like whatever light from the entrance of the cave is bouncing around that kind of looks like glistening. I don't know. It's definitely a dark, lonely place though, with some sparkle happening for some reason. We have some rather aggressive vocals here and some interesting techniques. We'll bring that up in a second. This section takes up half of the song. The other half of the song is warmth and comfort and joy. The piano kicks this off and it immediately feels so much more comfortable. The darkness is gone. The vocals and any of the intensity in the vocal delivery is removed for something very calm and palatable. It sits in a general comfortable range for this vocalist, which is still pretty high up there. We have a couple of belts at the end, but nothing like the wild roller coaster range shifting that we had in the first half, which felt a bit more distressed. And it's just a really nice, beautiful way to wrap up a song that feels very lonely at the beginning. That's this track. Light on musical ideas, heavy on atmosphere. We don't have, we have a couple of nice like guitar ornamentation on this, but for the most part, we don't have like the flurry of concepts. This is a rather straightforward track on this album, which stands out quite a bit. It's straightforward in what it's trying to do and reminds me a lot of Beyond the Bloom, but even less flourish than that movement had. But here's the other big thing on this one. I mentioned much earlier, you got to pay attention to the vocals. That's where the characterization comes from. This is wild. The vocals here are, I don't even know what they're trying to convey yet. We have it's called the Lavender Fox. Is this sung from the perspective of the fox? Is that what is up with some of these interesting choices? Because I was about to say at the beginning, we have a line and then this double tracked quasi horse braying sound with descending pitch. But then we also, on the outskirts, if you listen, there's howling and squealing and just pitch shifted ideas, starting low and rising high, or starting high and dripping down without words, as far as I could tell. They just sounded like making this sound. Is this supposed to be sounds of the fox? Is this, in fact, what the fox says? It's a bad joke, I know. But this section is filled with really interesting vocal technique. We have some grit thrown in there. I think we had something that was kind of close to a fry scream, right on the cusp of pushing into that, just getting some grit on a higher pitched tone, something that was mixed head and chest, getting the grit in there. I mean, it's like right on the cusp. If we have just removed the pitch entirely and pushed into the grit, I really think he would have pulled off a rather solid fry scream right there. We have some like some lower end growl things going on, some snarls. It's all over the place in pitch, in style, in technique. It is highly expressive, and I think one of the first times on this album that I've really heard this massive shift in vocal delivery in order to sell a character. Now, we did have a huge shift on Beyond the Bloom, and I keep bringing this up because to me it's a pivotal part of the album, not just musically, where we really venture into our first dark area, but also storyline-wise, as this is where Finn began to kind of embrace her darkness, and this was the inciting incident to her grief overwhelming her. But it was also the first time that we ventured into any type of more stereotypically villain sounding vocal deliveries. Shrieks and wails and wide pitch slides. It's interesting to hear that here as well. Not necessarily those same techniques, but just the variety of techniques to show that this might be from a different perspective, a different character entirely. We don't really see this when the Mistress of the Den speaks. So I like seeing the effort put here to kind of change things up a little bit, assuming I'm right. So let's check it out in the lyrics, see if I am right. All right, so we are seeing half of this song, part of this song, through the perspective of the fox. This is true. We'll get into the lyrics in a moment, but I do want to bring up once again the concept of time and pacing and storytelling. I don't get this part narratively, and maybe it's something that a book with more time devoted to character development could explain. Because the gist of this story is the fox is sulking in the den for some reason. I mean, that's another question in and of itself. Why is the fox at the Den of Dawns? What allegiance does the fox have to the mistress of the den? She did conjure an illusion of this fox, but did she make... I mean, she did promise the fox. I guess she did make it. So then... After running away from Fim at the Bloom, the fox went all the way back to the Den of Dons? How did he get in? Okay, that one I think I could probably just bypass, just kind of nitpicking, I think, at moments here. Anyways, the fox is here sulking in the Den of Dons. Hears the commotion, realizes Fim has returned, and is apprehensive but excited. It's been hundreds of years. It's Fim, after all, but also Fim took my wing. And somehow, Fim removes the wings, but restores the flight with magic. The fox can fly now and doesn't need wings. But we've only ever seen Fim train with fire. Granted, hundreds of years has passed. Maybe she learned other magics, but we haven't seen that. Is healing magic even a thing? Is blessing flying magic? Is that a thing? How long does this magic go on? Is it infinite? Is it a timed blessing? Like, I have so many questions, and I understand that it's a bit outside the realm of the album to explain them. Again, the book and the album are going to do two different things for this story, and it's really best to have both in mind. But you have to experience one before the other. And in this case, I just have a lot of questions because this seems like a wild jump out of nowhere. A deus ex machina, if you will, of restoring flight to this fox. Just out of nowhere. Oh, I can heal and make people fly. So that's kind of wild. Now, returning to the lyrics themselves, we see the fox is hurt, emotionally wounded. It says, "Why, Fim, did you hurt me? Some friend, she just left me in the darkness." Now, I find this really interesting because this comes up again when he says that she took my wing and gave me flight and left me there to die. This is not the story we saw earlier when, from Fim's perspective, she sliced the wing and then the wolf, or the fox, I don't know why I keep saying wolf, the fox ran away. And Fim was left there in the middle of the bloom. So, very interesting to see that memory isn't perfect in this storytelling, that people can be incorrect in what they remember. And it can create conflict because they interpreted events differently. Anyways, though, he basically says that I just sit here in the den, dragging my wing. It's seen better days, as have I. Says that the people of the den, they pander to me. They offer me simple tasks to keep me entertained. But when I actually show my grievances, they just look away, wishing that he had another wing. But he doesn't. He just feels like he's wasting away. Then he hears the commotion and he says, "God, it's been a while, but it's her. It's Fim. She's finally returned." This is that excitement, that positivity, the nostalgia creeping in. He's, she did take my wing and left me to die. And now she approaches and I snarl, but she persists. "Don't touch me. You've done enough already. If you've come to end the job, I hope it just doesn't take long." She raises her hand and brings it down. I wince, but it's painless. Fim says, "It's okay, my friend, it's all better. You need no wings, you're balanced again." And then the fox says, "She gave me flight, I can fly again, I don't need wings, I'm sky sailing." Again, just really out of left field here. But the companionship between Fim and the fox is now restored, and the fox's ability to fly is restored. And presumably this came somewhere along the line of Fim realizing she could use magic to heal rather than harm. Though I'd really like to know how she learned flying magic through that. All right. The next track is Agentic State. Let's kick it. Ooh. Eerie. suspenseful. Oh, the choir on the outside's a nice touch. Very fun guitar riff. The organ is an interesting choice underneath all this. That's supposed to be a clash of some sort, the two guitars and the bass all doing chaotic stuff, ending with a burst and then dissipation. That is a funky idea. The bass and the bass kick help to lay down the downbeat, but the guitar heavily syncopated against that. So both of them are bouncing around, right? That's not just me.
You have done so very well. I thought up till now You have disappointed me. You have forced my hand. Then his malice entered me, envenomates my soul. No longer can you disobey. The apprentice gone. I will save the king. Life not mine. There's no way out. There is no way out.
It just does it so well. Conflict. That's that song. Conflict. It's really interesting though, because it's done in a different way than Kingdom of Ice and Light, where that was crafting two completely different atmospheres, the light and twinkling and the heavy and grounded, and smashing them together. You can feel the conflict in basically the polar opposites of that. But this song handles conflict as a constant state of tension. There is so much movement and weight and intensity to this song. Right from the very beginning, we have some straight up prog metal vibes. Metal has been something that this album at times has leaned towards. More of the lighter side of metal, stuff like Dream Theater and Haken, who I have brought up both previously in this album. But I think this is the first, what I would call, prog metal track. This is firmly rooted in there, and not really a bit of this is something that I would describe as prog rock. And they use the intensity, the weight, the sounds, the aggressiveness of metal to great use here. They craft a song that feels like it is in opposition to something constantly. And they don't just do it with the chord progressions or the tones of the instruments. Yes, these are major components to it. When you listen to the chords, they're darker, they're more antagonistic, they're more they have teeth to them. I mean, go back and listen to the first track on this album and try to find any teeth to that at all. It is a joyful, exuberant, vibrant track. This is the polar opposite of that. There's still that same type of musicality in this. It's highly technical, very proficient from everyone. There's still a theatrical quality to it. But this song has claws. It can be violent in a way that most of the tracks on this album can't. So sure, from the sonic perspective, definitely. But I think it's also in the composition of it too. When you listen to how many things are going on in many of the other tracks, you tend to have atmospheric ideas, your chordal concepts, your groove sits around that or beneath it, I suppose. And then around that, you have your ornamental ideas with the vocal melody in the middle. Everything is balanced. Everything is working harmoniously in order to craft maximum efficiency of atmosphere. Now, technically, everything is working together here for the atmosphere, but the thing is that the ideas themselves are cluttered. There are too many layers on this track, not in a way that becomes noisy or chaotic, but simply in a way that, compared to other tracks, particularly the Lavender Fox just prior to this, which was the most minimal track they've explored so far, you can feel just how dense this song is. There are multiple foundational layers. There's multiple melodic ideas going on at any time. When you listen to the flourish that sits on the outside, it's not just one idea or two. There's like 4 or 5. The synth is going crazy bonkers on this track. When you listen to the vocals, there's more than one present on here. There's multiple vocal styles on here. Coming off of Lavender Fox, once again, I mentioned the beginning of that track, there is a roller coaster of vocal emotion and projection, but on the back half of that track, it's pretty mellowed out. Here, once again, we're looking at a roller coaster of emotions. The vocal delivery is all over the place. There's cleans, there's low cleans, there's belts, there's screeches. Once again, we just see a very theatric display of a variety of sounds. This has, across this album and generally stereotypically in music, been a way to showcase contesting power, to showcase stressfulness and anxiety and uh, what is that word I want? Just tension between characters, right? Just like if you imagine outside of musical theater, regular theater, or filmed, right? When people are talking, they're very calm and composed, but if they get into a fight, maybe they're knights and they're swinging swords at each other, the voice is a bit more haggard. There's a lot of breathiness to it. There's changes and fluctuations. Sometimes it can even become a bit more animalistic, as some of those heavy exhales that will come with it will bring in more of a growl, a low end rumble to the vocals as they, say whatever they need to say during the scene. The same thing is true in musical theater. When you're trying to show animosity and intensity like this, sometimes you will put that extra bit of grit or variability into your vocal production, even in singing. And so there's just so many components to this song that completely resonate with this idea of, why can't I think of this word? Two people clashing over something, physical clashing, and strain on themselves. But even when we look at the guitar solos, once again, there's usually a lot of things going on, frequent 16th notes of unstable harmonic devices. I'm not going to say it's pure dissonance, but it isn't pure consonance either. We have heard guitar duets all over this album. They sound gorgeous. Here, they sound tense. They sound stressful. They sound what is that word I want? Animosity? Yeah, there's animosity in the solos. There was one place where we had two guitars absolutely going wild, the bass underneath absolutely going wild, and it felt like this massive clash, a torrent of damage and destruction and combat. They do a fantastic job of musical storytelling. And while I will say I haven't always interpreted their storytelling as accurate as the lyrics have led to, it's still nonetheless very vivid. If whether I'm getting the images they intended or not everything we listen to on this channel has me basically imagining a movie to go along with the thing. And we've listened to a lot of concept albums too, and just movies, they're not always something that immediately pops into my head, but with this, it feels theatric. It's probably why I want this to be a stage play. I want this to be a film. It has that oomph to it, that X factor, whatever you want to call it. Part of it is the lyrics. Sure, they do a pretty good job of surface level storytelling, just like reading a poem. But the music also does a lot of heavy lifting in storytelling too. And the two of them combined are just doing a fantastic job. Let's hit some lyrics on Agentic State. And then I think we have two more portions ahead of us. We'll do 9 and 10 together, since 9 is only 3 minutes long, and then 11 and 12 together, because 12 is only 3 minutes long. I'm really curious about this. I try not to focus too much on storytelling components, even within concept albums that are really trying to tell a story, because as I've mentioned, there's just not as much space. There's going to be holes where you have to dance around the fact that you're working within basically poetic form and trying to craft that to musical pacing. There's just, when you look at prose, novels, the text is the medium. It is the only aspect of it. The text does not have to heed importance to anything else. In music, it does. There's musical pacing, musical storytelling. The lyrics are a part of an artwork. But this seems like a really wild curveball to throw leading into the final act. So we left off with Fim and the Fox reuniting at the Den of Dawns. The mistress finds Fim and says, "You've done so very well so far on your quest, but put that aside for a moment. We're under threat. There's an apprentice to the gods. His name is Magin. Rise up through his trusted ranks. Warn us of his ways." So we haven't even finished the main quest here, and we're sent on a side quest. One that, well, we'll see is thematically interesting, but kind of cuts into time. We're very short on time. We have so little of this album left ahead of us. And we're going to side quest for a little bit. Well, Fim sings, "So I became the king of light, a life not mine, but in my disguise I watched so many die. More imagine with me at his right hand, scourging cities, slaying mystics, all while I keep him blind to the dawn." So Fim rises up the ranks of Magin by disguising herself as a king of light and has to commit atrocities and murder all of these people so that Magin isn't any wiser. And all of this time ensuring that the Den of Dawns goes untouched. She even states this very clearly at one point, saying, "My name is forfeit, but forgiven never. If the dragon starts to suspect, the lives I've taken will all go to waste." So I can't let up on this at all. I have to keep killing all these people. It weighs on me. I'm not doing this under my name or my command, but I will never forgive myself for this. Once again, carrying the grief of destruction of her skills and crafts. This just goes back to the idea of using her sword to cut the fox, of using the fire to destroy so much around her. She finally found a way to not necessarily forgive herself, but use her powers to heal, to kind of balance out the books a little bit with her past actions. And here she goes again, forced into murder. Says that I will dull my mind and enact his crime, but still the guilt feels like it should be mine. Much like realizing she could do good with her skills, she decides one day that maybe there's a kinder way to satiate his reign, and decides that she can use illusion magic to make it look like she's doing the murders, but not actually do them. She says, "No more dying," I thought with a smile. All were cheated by a glamour, well, at least for a while. Imagine he grew dubious. The cracks began to show. To his lair I'm summoned. I think he knows. He mentions that she's done well, but he's quite disappointed now that he realized what's been happening. And he puts a curse on her. Says that his malice enters me, envenomates my soul. No longer can you disobey the apprentice god. So she has a curse put on her that makes her do everything the king wants. And we end with the phrase, "I will stay the king, a light not mine, a life not mine, and there's no way out." Calling back that phrase from earlier in the track where she says, "I become the king, a life not mine, and I watch so many die." So we have to have another song, maybe two, to wrap this storyline up. And then all we have left is the final 20 minutes, which is, I mean, we're already in Act 3. What? It makes me wonder if there's going to be another album in this story of Fim, because I don't know how this can wrap up very well in a way that is satisfying, given this weird turn in this direction. Like I said, thematically, it's interesting to deal with Fim's guilt again. But we just we just started to see her develop, and I assumed that the third act was her going to be fighting the mistress, because now she has the swords and she thinks the mistress will do evil with. We don't really have an antagonist, a strong one, anyways. So it's just gonna be interesting to see where this goes. Unless I've kind of read the mistress as villain coded so far, and Fim is all too happy to infiltrate this other king's kingdom in order to protect the den. So maybe Fim doesn't read the mistress as a villain, even though I did. And maybe that's why a villain had to be written in, and then also bring the grief and regret back into the picture for some. I don't know, man. Let's see how it plays out. This one's called Doppelgänger.
Nobody should. The day came with so much pain, but to my relief, we were just the same.
The formant shifting on the side is really nice for the concept of a doppelganger.
One fake to share my face, steal my fate and take my place. In unison we operate. It's the only way. So there's two.
Dude, the palm muted.
Just in case I didn't quite explain it.
The palm muted stuff sounds so good. This is infectious. This sounds great.
She buys me time. Doppelgänger, unshadow me forever. Oh, salon top on the sister that I mother. You take the But as consequence, she's bound to sin while I'm free to dance. Though I am you and I fashion you, I pity you. It's you and me. I wanna devious plan. 'Cause there's two of us now. Let's be clear, I'm still the one in pain here. But damn it, double, you are my salvation. So stay in touch. Doppelgänger, unshackle me forever. You know it.
You know, it's interesting. I'm getting some of the Peripheries vocalist vibes on this track, and I don't know why. Oh, I'll just let it keep rolling anyways. It's kind of a one-note track. I just gotta remember that it's funky and fun when we hit the lyrical side. I don't think I have anything analytical to dive into on that one. Just a nice return to that sound from, you know, the very beginning of the album. Well, this is magical. What is that bubbly sounds? Nice marimba for a moment. We haven't had too many ballads on this album yet. Lavender Fox, kind of. The arpeggiation really selling this moment. Time's getting weird here. The harmonic passage is
Every time I shut my eyes, I fall into a dream so terrible, unable to wake. I see the end, the start again, the writhing wheel, the blinding coils of a snake.
ooh, snake. Love that.
The guys I spill, my trance breaks, I drift away, it starts again.
Two vocal lines, the guitar, the bass, the two piano lines, and the synth. There's so much happening.
What have I done? What have I become? Though I implore that you leave me to the mercy of my dream, stay beside me for a while. Tell me of your travels till I travel to sleep.
So we're rising victorious out of this muck. The brightness of the light. We haven't heard those songs since the Kingdom. That funkier drum beat. There's so many little callbacks to the first half of the album. All right. Like I said earlier, track 9, Doppelgänger, it's just fun. It's funky. I don't really have much to add to it. It is an interesting return to a much older sound, though. We have gone through so many darker, heavier, drearier tracks I mean, ever since track 4, it's been a downward spiral, hasn't it? Kingdom of Ice and Light was a nice bit of uplift, but it even starts pretty heavy. And then Lavender Fox was a ballad about pain. Agentic State was tension. And Doppelgänger, this is the first fun track in a while. It's really curious then. I'm going to assume by Doppelgänger that this song is about being within your own body, maybe fighting yourself. Because, she just had her mind taken over by the curse. So I'm sure that this is her finally confronting her grief and her pain and her past. That's probably what that track's about. In which case, the music makes no sense. Which is just, I can't wait to get to the lyrics and see what's going on there, because I have no idea how a song about a doppelganger in any way, in this sort of context where it's a very serious, dramatic story, is going to be fun and uplifting and bouncy and funky and syncopated and just make you want to dance, because all the themes leading up to it are kind of pointing towards something a bit heavier, reconciling with who you've been versus who you are now, which I really think is going to be, or at least I hope that's the themes of that, because that would be very appropriate. But aside from that thematic angle for Doppelgänger, I don't have much to add to it. So let's push on to the Portent. This track was interesting because it gave us a ballad, something we haven't really seen too much of on this album. The Lavender Fox kind of showed us a little bit of that on the second half, but it wasn't really a full ballad, as it was very comfortable and bright. We didn't really have a sad component to it. It was just a bit on the slower side. And it really does kind of showcase how often this band likes to push towards faster, driving sections, about either jumping between a lot of little ideas quickly or just kind of having the pedal to the metal and pushing through sounds. There's, especially on, after we've hit about track 4, there's been so many faster guitar solos and duets on this album. So, speed and intensity have been major components of this album. And here on the Portent, we slow things down for the entirety of it. We build up a little bit there at the end, but majority of this track is on the slower, more somber side of things. And I find that to be really interesting, because I don't know where we are lyrically, because I don't know what the track before it does, but it feels very reflective. And I think a lot of this stems from the concept of ballad in general, and the general sounds in this song kind of being a bit drearier, a little bit of sorrow, a little bit of remorse, a little bit of optimism, though. And of course, at the end, out of all of this gloomy darkness, we burst through with these bright, vibrant sounds that are reminiscent of earlier in the album. And it feels like pulling yourself out of, or being pulled out of, the sonic embodiment of depression or guilt or grief or any of those negative emotions, and rising out of that and finding the bright, the beautiful, the energetic again. And so I'm kind of hoping that that's what we're seeing here. And track 9 is a wrestling with your past, and a track 10 is coming to terms with it and figuring out a way to take a step forward, because that's going to allow us to, see the end of this song. Our next track is 17 minutes, and after it is just a 2-minute outro. So, I mean, this is it. We're at the end of the album. We have one story left to tell. And we have to wrap up. Oh. The track is called Trench of Nalu. This is where we're going to find the last piece of the sword and use the 2 swords to defeat this mage guy. I forgot his name. And that's going to wrap the story up. And we're going to save the Den of Dawns. And the mistress was never even... I don't understand why I had her villain coded this whole time. I really thought she was going to be the bad guy in this story. I don't know where I got that from. Maybe it's just how stories go. Geez. Anyways, yeah, the Portent though was a really good track with solid storytelling and a nice somber. And another thing too of bringing the tempo and energy down a little bit here right before the big final epic is just good pacing. The album has done a great job of finding heights and peaks and valleys throughout, of keeping everything paced well. We do have a lot of energy at the beginning of the album, and we kind of dip it down a little bit energy wise in the middle. But I'd say generally the album's been well paced, and having a lull before we hit the peak and probably our lowest lull. Like I said, we haven't really been this slow or this somber at all. We haven't had a ballad. And to put that right before what I assume is going to be the biggest track of the album, that's how you do it. So let's check out some lyrics on these two, and we'll dive into our final portion of the album. Part of my discontent here is probably a little bit of me anticipating themes that are going to be rather strong in the story and them going in a different direction. That's always going to be a bit of a letdown, especially if I think that the direction I thought it should have went in would have been strong. And there are certainly times in media, all sorts of media, where what I anticipate isn't anywhere near as good as what the writers actually landed on. Here, all I have to do is hope, or all I can do is hope that the story does something interesting with this, because as much as I was perplexed by the ability of Fim to just heal and say, bam, Fox, you can fly now without wings, this is even more bizarre. I suppose at this point we should just assume that Fim is a master Azdinist at this point and can just do whatever the story needs her to do, which is admittedly not fun. But whatever. I guess we're going on anime rules where when you're at your worst, you can just transform and do something cool that fixes the situation. This is not about her wrestling with her guilt, of her battling this curse that is forcing her to do things outside of her power, where her body is controlled by another force. And by coming to terms with the curse itself, she's also having to reflect on her actions of the past alongside her actions that she's made to do now. That's really where I thought the doppelganger aspect was going, and instead she just literally somehow makes a double of herself. And she says, to her relief, we were just the same. There is one fake to share my face, still my fate, and take my place. In unison we operate. It's the only way. So she literally creates another her who will stand by the mage's side and do all of the terrible things and be under the curse of total control, while she gets to go back to the Den of Dawns and figure out what she needs to do from there. She literally, as she says, with my doppel, I can be in two places. I divided by design, now in two minds, she buys me time. Literally just states she can be in two places at once now. But here's the wild thing. If she created the doppelganger, wouldn't she still be the original? Why did the curse get passed on but isn't within her? To me, the curse would still be in the original, which means she's the clone, she's a doppelganger, but she's not. And maybe none of that really matters because they are identical. To my relief, we were just the same, which makes you wonder why the curse wasn't replicated alongside. It's just, like I said, I just have to hope that the writer knows what they're doing with this, because I'm not a fan of this twist at all. And I hope it leads somewhere worthwhile. And that's the majority of this song is now there's two of us. Isn't that so devious of me? Now we can continue to, this other clone can do all the dirty deeds and I can go and do what I need to do. There is one stanza in here that says, but as a consequence, she's bound to sin while I'm free to dance. And she understands that she's created a doppelganger that is a prisoner. And she says, though I am you and I fashioned you, I pity. So she understands that she's created a version of herself who, by all means, should also carry her guilt, as they are the same, and is living the hell that she just escaped by creating this code. There's so many moral ramifications to explore here. And with one song to go, well, I guess two, because we haven't checked out the lyrics for the Portent, I just don't see them covering it. They've just glossed over this fact that, yes, the doppelganger's life is going to suck. But now I'm free. What a devious plan that is. She goes, let's be clear. I'm still the one in pain here. But Doppel, you're my salvation. And I'm... Any of the character development I thought that this person had in the Lavender Fox and in Agentic state of coming to terms with their destructive self is gone here. There's no empathy. There is pure narcissism. That although she created this doppelganger who is going to be completely controlled by a madman who just wants to destroy everything, and that this doppelganger is going to have to do all of the devious deeds and have a wave of destruction in their wake, it's actually me that carries all of this pain because I had to make them and send them into that, and that really hurts. Get off of it, dude. No. This whole song just really upsets me. Musically, it's interesting. But see, here's the other thing too, is that musically, it is a fun, funky bop. And I think that's supposed to show Thim's freedom from the curse. And that's cool and all, but dude, you were trying to turn this character into someone empathetic, showing that they were destructive, that they had gotten rid of their empathy entirely and were starting to develop away from that into a strong hero. Now, if this tale is to set up Thim as a villain, to show how they dipped and explored some really dark areas, it looked like they were coming back to a good side, but then pushed back to an apathetic side and continued on that villain arc that we started to see in the beginning of the album. This is a really good way to do that. And like I said, I have to see how the story ends. I'm trying not to judge it now, but this story in the song Doppelganger just has me quite perplexed. It's a weird choice to do entirely, just the whole concept of it, when we already had other themes to explore. And it's not doing a great job at characterizing Thim if she is to be the hero of this story, which... I got the villain mixed up too. I thought the mistress was a bad guy. So maybe I just have a bad read on Thim and they're actually setting her up to be the villain of this story. I don't know. I love the song too. Lyrically though, just really bad taste in my mouth right now. Fingers crossed it goes somewhere good. Maybe I just can't see the vision of it. All right. I'm very lost in all of this. I wonder if the novel would make any more sense. Once again, we are coming to the end of the album and we have a filler song? It's world building, sure, but we don't have time for world building. We're in the last act. We're going to the final song and we waste time with Thim seeking out a prophet and the prophet just saying, I don't know, and Thim walking away. That's it. Now, I will say this is interesting. At the beginning, the prophet says that a geyser erupts and wakes them, and they see a crimson-eyed girl through the mist and knows that it's Thim, and she comes, just like the bird sent by the worms seeking prophecy. Now, the bird sent by the worms is a callback to Of Brine and Angel's Beak, the title track from that album, which I'm pretty sure is the one that comes before this album. Something I didn't bring up is that in track 8's Agentic State, the opening stanza is actually accompanied by lyrics and melody from Amiotoko 1, The Curse, which I've actually done a reaction to that track. There are multiple callbacks to older albums, and probably ones I've missed too, as I haven't checked every single annotation on Genius for this album. There's probably a lot of connections that I've missed just because I don't know them. Anyways, though, Fim says, Seer, you're a self-exiled demon, but redemption awaits you. Tell me, what do you see? I think this is really interesting because she presents herself very much like the mistress did at the beginning of the story, saying, I know you have more in you. Work for me, and we'll get you there. Now, granted, the mistress had tempted Fim with power, but Fim is tempting the demon with redemption for something I don't know. But the demon seems to have done something so wrong in their past that they exiled themselves from society. And Fim is dangling redemption in front of him. All she needs is a prophecy. He says, every time I shut my eyes, I fall into a dream. It's terrible and I'm unable to wake. I see the end and then the start again, a writhing wheel, the blackened coils of a snake. It binds me. Then the geyser spills, my trance breaks, and I drift away and it starts again. So he talks about his dreams being cyclical, that any visions he has are just terrible and repetitious. Well, I suppose repetitive. Finally, Fim says, I am no friend to you and you are no use to me. The seer replies, I am no use to anyone. I have to be left alone. He says, what have I done? What have I become? Though I implore that you leave me to the mercy of my dreams, stay beside me for a while. Tell me of your travels until I travel to sleep. So he's lonely. He still wants companionship, but the guilt of whatever he did previously that led to his self-exile and still eats at him. This is cool because this is a parallel. We have Fim's guilt that eats away at her. We have the seer's guilt that eats away at him. Fim is dangling redemption in front of the seer. This is a parallel. This should be explored, and it isn't. And not only is this parallel not explored, but this entire concept of going to the seer to get information about what? I don't know. I'm going to assume that somewhere between Doppelgänger and the Portent in the novel, there's an exploration of why Fim was sent here or how she knew about this seer or any of that. But here it's just a gap. She made the clone, skipped away, and came to see the seer to help defeat the mage guy? To help find the last couple of pieces of the... I don't know. I don't understand the character's motivations at this point. I just got to keep in mind that I'm only getting part of the story. It's already an 80-minute album. Let's just push forward. I really loved the album up until this part. Songs 9 and 10 are just bouncing off of me rather hard, unfortunately. I don't know. Trench of Nalu. This is the big epic. I hope to find answers in here, but I feel like too much time got spent on the first two acts and they just rushed a third act together, and it's kind of crumbling. From a purely narrative perspective, the music is as spicy as it's ever been. It's still lovely music to listen to, and I have nothing to say but praise for the musical components of this. But the story, man. Story. All right, Trench of Nalu. Lots of tension, increasing. Yeah. Like an interesting mix between Froststar and Between the Buried and Me. This is fun. And breaking into something very bright and vibrant. Love the chord, the key shift there. So funky and syncopated, even just coming off of the vocal line. Oh, those really low tones. Finding levity out of that weight, finding positivity out of that darkness. A lot of grit in the vocals, bringing a bit of animosity to the performance. Or maybe opposition. Battling guitars.
In the next chamber, I catch sight of a mural depiction. The shield and the computer, both unconventional, both may and make their appearance. What will
It's interesting to hear those little rock licks peeking through generally metallic sounds. It's interesting that the song, or this album, just never returns back to that fun, free rock sound of the first couple of tracks, not for a very long amount of time anyway. Alternating 7 and 9, still end up at 16 for 4/4. What a Dragon Force little hammer-on thing there. That bass, it's not dexterous anymore, it just fills up so much space.
I hit the dead end, but for two small tunnels. Is this or I'll be smothered? Two stones tossing right and left. I focus my eyes in, listen for the landing. One stone sizzles into magma, so deep within the walls. The left one seems
This song's all over the place. It's tough to follow along with the story of it.
my time it ebbs away to the beat of the barrage. Not else to do but take one breath and shut my eyes and jump. This slope it narrows as it goes, and so I let the shield go. I have to lose my form, and with it I spend too much power and tend to liquid funnel down.
Yeah, that cool conversational duet was nice. You know, I think that's the first time, and this is kind of impressive, the first time that I've really felt something got a little noodly. And really, it wasn't much because it was a short segment anyways. But I just couldn't grasp what the guitar was saying.
And I lose blue encrusts these walls like dead coral, like the corpse. Yonder umbrella glows.
Okay, that was kind of a smooth transition. I mean, it's kind of tough to move from that aggressive metallic stuff to this moody sound.
I find myself so spent, I might as well have slain myself. Still, I have one more light to snuff, shining just ahead. Though I've not the strength to reach it, set behind a glassy veil, with I too weak to sink the sword to legion. I throw myself against the final seal, my shattered body now a wreck. I pass the verge with one last lunge. I still have one more siphon left in me.
Bringing the arpeggiations back once again. This band loves arpeggios.
We scream as it drains. The tragic death is now alive. I stumble back, buckle to my knees, and shut my eyes and wait to die. Oh, inside of me, I feel it snap inside of me. My enchantments and my double.
He said he's gonna wait here and die. He's throwing out these pop runs. That's a choice.
So fitting that the many-legged creatures swarm all over me. Help me decompose if that's what's best for me. Yet through the myriad feet, I sense lavender now falling down upon me. Don't save me now, I'm begging you, please. You fool, just take the blade.
I liked a lot of that solo, like 70% of it. A really weird middle point though. And maybe it's just weird because I don't get it yet. As usual, more listens, more familiarity, that kind of thing. I do like the harmonics though.
Awaken, the faces that surround me offer smiles, and they gesture to the table at my side. Oh, umbra as intended, now devised. Oh, saber, the one to wield you has not yet been stirred. A walker to be broken from his curse. My mistress moving on, she spent my worth, and yet they fondly pour themselves down onto me. congratulate me, these fools, can they not see? My power failed into the serpent we had revealed. An acolyte corrects me in my fear. Your double, she remains, what do you mean? I tremble as I force myself to speak. I cannot see her, no control her, she is free. I'm so tired, but still alive.
There's comfort in here, resignment, but that last section felt fearful. The beginning hit of that harmonic on the guitar, it's like a percussive beginning to it, and it actually reverberates, bounces back and forth between the channels. I like that. Okay. I think I'm going to be a little disappointing here for some of you. I don't have a lot to add to this. That is 20 minutes of incredibly dense music, and I can't even go through most of it because there's like 50 sections to this. Trench of Nalu is ridiculously all over the place, and while I think in some ways it is a peak, emotionally, it doesn't really feel like a peak to the album because there's just so much happening. I really think it's more designed for a storytelling climax to the album, more so than a musical one. I don't really think it ever hits that peak that does a great job of wrapping the album up. And seeing how it just kind of stays at a 10 for most of the song, and just kind of peters out at the end. You kind of move to a 5, and then that takes us into Moonrise, which kind of sits as a 3. There isn't a point when it like hits the big moment. It's just constantly at the top and then gradually fades out towards the end of the track. I think it's a fine ending to the album, but it also just kind of feels like it happens. The album has been so meticulously paced throughout, and then just it feels like the album's just over here. I find that to be a really interesting experience to have with this, and I wonder if that's because the story isn't over. And knowing that this ties back into older albums, I wonder if it's also preparing the way for the next. Regardless, it just doesn't have an element of finality to it. It does have the end of something, but not the end of everything. Kind of like if you ever watch the second film in a trilogy or the second book in a trilogy, and like the book ends, but it's built up into something else. This is kind of the climax. If you look at this story itself, it's had its 3 arcs, but this is the second arc of a wider 3 arcs. And so it does create a sense of finality, but there's no closure. There is open-endedness because the rest of the story is going, the story is going to be wrapped up in the next installment, sorry. And that's kind of what I get here. It does bring the energy down. It does wrap the album up, but it doesn't feel over. The ending to this really doesn't feel that different from the ending to the Lavender Fox. It's just a low point. I will say though that Trench of Nalu is the most metallic song on the album. When I say that it hits a 10, the album started on a 10, sure, but this is a different kind of 10. We started the album off with layers upon layers upon layers. The opening track is incredibly dense, with so many sections and ideas and emotions all thrown in at once. This, though, is intense by weight. I think it's interesting that we start the album off pretty much in a prog rock sound. I had mentioned Genesis at the beginning of this album, but here at track 11, I don't think I would bring up Genesis as an inspiration even once. This album has actually spiraled pretty quickly in this direction, with Sky Sailing, I think, being the last time we heard anything in that original, brighter, rockier sound. Beyond the Bloom and Wilt really started to spiral the sound towards heavier, darker tones in general. Weight of the Blade, Agentic State, they really pushed, oh, and the Portent pushed into more metallic regions. Now, we did have a little bit of return to the funkier side of things with Doppelgänger, but it's 3 minutes. It is the shortest track on the album, barring Moonrise, the closing track. It is almost a short diversion to just kind of bring a little bit of that brighter side back, because this album gets dark, it gets heavy, it gets aggressive really quickly and resides within that. I wonder then if that isn't completely intentional. I had talked earlier that I assumed Fim was the protagonist of the story simply by virtue of being the main character. And I assumed that the mistress was the antagonist because they were the only other character with any sort of development to them. But what if this is actually a story of the downfall of Fim? All of this, especially ever since Beyond the Bloom and Wilt and then Weight of the Blade, has been about Fim dealing with grief in destructive ways. We see a little bit of a brighter side to that. Kingdom of the Ice and Light goes positive for a little bit. Lavender Fox is a soothing ballad by the end of that track. Doppelgänger brings some positivity back, though I've already addressed my grievances with that. But the Portent and Trench of Nalu return back to the sounds of Beyond the Bloom, Wilt, Weight of the Blade, the beginning of Kingdom of Ice and Light, when Fim is the most destructive with her powers. I wonder then if this isn't going to be another song of destruction, and in that vein, this is not necessarily a story of Fim's journey as a powerful wizard set out to be a prophesized savior of the world, but instead Fim's journey into being a villain for this world and a ruler. But, honestly, that's just a theory. And like I said, it was 50-50 earlier. Like I had a pretty solid 50% chance of anticipating based on the music where the story was going. But lately, I've just been swinging and missing. The writer and I are on two totally different wavelengths here. So maybe this whole concept of Fim going evil is not founded at all, even though I hear those themes in the music. I might just be misinterpreting them. And it's kind of tough to even figure out what all this is supposed to mean without more familiarity. Honestly, I really think that's a big thing on this one. This music is incredibly dense, and I'm 100% certain at this point that a lot of the music is meant to tie into the lyrics. I had hypothesized on this earlier, but it's fairly clear to me now, especially for a track like this that is doing a million things. I really think knowing what was going on in the lyrics would help me understand what the music was doing, because while there is that element of evolution and continuous growth in this song, there's also some really wild shifts in it too, more so than any other track. Any type of pacing or smooth transition between ideas that I have praised in pretty much every other song here, it's not gone, but it's not a priority anymore. This is a chaotic track. It is heavy, it is aggressive, there is a lot of opposing ideas in it. There's so many battling or dueling guitars, melody lines that are going on consecutively, tense, dissonant harmonies. It is a song of clashing sounds and ideas, done so in a very palatable, harmonious way. This definitely could have been noisier and achieved many of these things, but I actually think that's one of Azure's qualities and strengths in this writing, is that they are able to achieve these ideas of clashing sounds, of antagonistic sounds, without moving into the realm of dissonance and noise. They just introduce this through compositional techniques, through layering, and through darker harmonies without actually pushing into dissonant harmonies. It is a massive achievement, I think, on their part to put something together like this that feels kind of timeless. There's parts of it that feel very inspired by 70s rock, and parts that feel inspired by 90s and 2000s pop rock, and parts that feel inspired by 90s, 2000s, 2010s pop or prog metal. It's definitely a rock metal album at its heart, but what era do you put this in, and how forward thinking is it? There's a lot of ideas in here that, while they feel inspired by bands that came before them, also feels modern and future. We don't really have a lot of highly theatric, might as well be a rock opera, but done in the realm of prog metal like this. It would be very cool if Azure ended up influencing bands that came after them to follow in this. What if we made a musical, but prog rock? Um, and basically ended up sounding very ahead of their time, because their sound wasn't something that took off until after they made it. Being like the band, Refused for, I don't know, progressive rock operas, metal operas. I don't know where to place this either. It's half rock, but half metal. All Azure. It does end up wrapping up on a lull, though. Bring the energy down at the end of Trench of Nalu, and then Moonrise is just a kind of confused ballad. Like I said, there was comfort there, but fear and confusion and positivity, hope. It was, for a 3-minute song with one or two musical ideas, emotionally, it was all over the place somehow. I don't know that I have much else to add, and to be totally honest, my brain's kind of melted at this point, and I am beyond interested in what the story is in these final 18 minutes or so. Actually, I guess it's close to 20 minutes. It's like 1940, 1950 something. Pretty close to 20 minutes. I want to know what's going on here. So, let's hit the lyrics. This, somehow, we've come back to the chasm from earlier that we flew over with Lavender that took us to the bloom, the very first piece of the sword. The last piece of the sword is in the chasm, in the trench of Nalu. How do we know this? Why do we know this? Why is it here? There is one cool thing. It starts off the song, here in the final abyss, beneath my wicked wind, I'm so much stronger than when I last was here. So we do have this nice cyclicality of seeing how weak we were last time we were here and how powerful we are now. I do like that, but it doesn't feel too much like a journey. Just gonna let that one go though. So this is something very cool because finally, we haven't seen this since Mettle Mountain Key, but Fim has to use, well, it doesn't have to use, but uses her scholarly wisdom here. It's something we've completely forgot about. She was a scholar. She studied the history of this entire world region. I still don't know what Kraj is. But despite that, it's never been a point of any interest in here. She used it to unlock the key to get the sword luster, but other than that, her being a scholar has no bearing on this story. It feels, hopefully, like something that's covered in the novel, but it feels superfluous. She could have been anything, a baker. None of her skills prior to becoming a wizard have mattered much. She's just been combat driven this whole time. Her sword and her fire and her doppelganger power and her healing power and her flight bestowing power. We'll come up to this in a second. Regardless, she looks around this trench and she sees some interesting things. Bleak architecture woven into the walls. Never seen it before, but I've seen it before. Speaking to the sword, says you were chained here. Your seed was sown before the shards were thrown. I think this is interesting. Beginning to recognize the sword itself, where it came from, the architecture of where it came from, and seeing how all of this is tied together, and someone only of scholarly descent having this knowledge would understand how all of this works together. We push past that though. She gets to the second pit, the second chamber of the pit, and there's monsters and she gets bit and whatever, but she doesn't bleed. She's got massive rejuvenation powers and she just defeats everything easy peasy. In the next chamber, she catches the sight of a mural depiction, the shield and the chimera, both unconventional. Both may yet make their appearance. What will I find here? What kind of shield, and will it help me? Do I need it? What dwells down here? What kind of demon is this abyssal incarnation? So she sees a picture of a shield and a chimera and expects to fight the chimera and begins to look for the shield, hoping that the mural depicts a hint to help her take down the chimera later. She goes across these fire things with stones, and she jumps across the stones to get past the fire path. And she recognizes that this was actually a cult of Nalu. She says, I'm stepping stones and treading relics that I now recall, ashamed to stain the lost expressions of the cult. So she's recognizing now that she's basically stepping on things and relics and coming across this area and shedding blood in this whole area of something that's been lost to time. She says it's a shame to stain these lost expressions of the cult. Nalu, I can hear you in the art and in the walls. Nalu, I have found you. Who'd have known you were so close? Though I learned your name, I admit I'd hardly know you at all. So this is interesting. Despite being a really knowledgeable scholar, this is an area of her region that she only knew about. This cult of Nalu was something she had heard of, but maybe didn't find proof of. Maybe everything was hearsay. Maybe she only had a couple of relics from this. It just isn't something that's well documented for her to have known about. So once again, a really cool thing to lean into her scholarly element. That's the end of the scholarly debate. We go back to just fighting and combat and wizard work from now on. I think that's a really big missed point, but I also understand that it is kind of secondary to the story being told here, and I do hope it shows up in the novel. From here, though, she does find the shield, but it begins to rain rocks. There's an avalanche here. She starts running from it, and she hits a dead end with 2 small tunnels. She throws a stone in both of them and focuses her Azdin, listening for their landings. I really want to know what Azdin is. I want to know what being an Azdinist is. Is it an illusionist? Is it a D&D wizard? Is it more of a D&D? Why can't I think of the other one? The charisma-based magic user. I'm kind of sorcerer. It's been too long since I played. When I played D&D, I played 3.5. That's my home D&D. I knew of 3.0. I played a little bit of AD&D, but like 3.5 is my home. I haven't touched it since, and that was like decades ago. We're at like 5 or 6. Anyways, focus back on the story here. In case you don't know, I'm like a really big nerd. But what is Azdin? Is it a wizard? Is it an illusionist? Is it someone who can just do whatever they want as long as they can focus their power on it? Focusing Azdin to figure out where stones are dropping as you roll them down 2 holes? Because it says that I focus my Azdin, listen for their landings. 1 stone sizzles into magma. The left one, seems to land. This feels more like the Force from Star Wars, being able to understand and feel everything that's in the world around you. The whole idea of Azdin and Azdinist and Azdinic, is that the other word that we've come up with? It's so vague. It is just this person can do cool stuff is where I'm at right now with it. But again, it's kind of secondary to the story, and I hope it's explored more in other media. Regardless, she goes down the hole, the left one, where the rocks seem to land on solid ground, but the hole is shrinking. She has this slope, it narrows as it goes, so I let go of the shield and have to lose my form, and with it I spend too much power. I turn to liquid and funnel down, drip down and reform deep in Nalu's womb. Blue encrusts these walls like dead coral. Okay. So here's another power. She can just turn herself into liquid. That's pretty cool, but again, it doesn't really solidify what an Azdinist is, other than the fact that they can just do whatever they need when they need it done, which is it's pretty cool, but it's very James Bond, very Batman, just always having a gadget for the situation. Regardless, we had the premonition of needing the shield, and there was import put on the shield. It seemed like an important thing, and we got the shield, and just moments later we had to give it up. It's stuck in the crevice of the slope. Why bring it up at all? This feels a lot like the Portent, going to the seer for a prophecy to see into the future and then not getting it. We're taking up time doing things that aren't important because they become obsolete. We're bringing up ideas that aren't important because they when we do get them, they have to be left behind. I mean, this is the thing is, right? This is the opposite of a Chekhov's gun, right? The item is talked about and then it's brought up, but it's not important. I think that's an interesting writing thing, but it just makes the whole thing feel superfluous. Why did we do it if it wasn't important? We're already strapped for time. This is an 80-minute album, and we're wasting precious moments of it not doing anything that impacts the story. In the final act. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting a bit mean on this. And I know, like, I'm a music guy, right? Why am I digging so hard into the storytelling? But it's little things like this that, I don't know. Let's just continue on. Anyway, she reforms herself out of the liquid, and all she has now is her sword, and this is where the Chimera shows up. And she wonders what's the weakness, and after a couple of strikes, she just slices the thing in half from spine to snout. And though I slay you, I find myself so spent that I might as well have slain myself. Still I have one more light to snuff. Now she has 10 times the typical Azdinist regeneration of a regular person. I'm sure over the hundreds of years that she's been doing this, her regeneration has only increased. How did she get taken out? I mean, she did say that she exerted herself with the liquid transformation, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a lot happened here. Regardless, she sees the final piece of the sword ahead of her, but she's too weak to sink the sword into it, to leech it. And that's another thing I haven't touched on because I don't quite get it. The pieces of the sword that she's supposed to be building, she hasn't been collecting them. She's been stabbing them with her sword and absorbing them somehow. And by absorbing them with luster, somehow she's going to make the Umbra sword. Another thing that hasn't really been detailed too much. But because she's too weak to sink the sword into it, she throws herself against it, and her shattered body absorbs it as she siphons it with all the power that is left of her. She stumbles back, buckles to her knees, shuts her eyes, and waits to die. I don't know why. I don't see how this helps any of the plot. But while she's here, at her weakest moment, she feels her connection to her doppelganger snap. All of her enchantments. Oh, she says, my enchantments and my double are all relinquished from me. I would say that this should cover the flight blessing that she's given the fox, but in the very next stanza, the fox flies down and picks her up. So I don't, if all of her magic's gone, how is that enchantment still? Anyways, so imagine he'd kill me anyways. So fitting that the many-legged creatures swarm all over me, help me decompose if that's what's best for me. She basically says that if Magin ever found her and realized he had a doppelganger the whole time, he'd kill her anyways. And the quest seems to be complete now. We have all the pieces of Umbra, so let all of these insects decompose me, because that's the best thing that can happen right now. And then she says, Lavender is falling down. Don't save me now. I'm begging you, please. Just take the blade and abandon me. Presumably, though, the fox doesn't abandon her, as we'll probably see in Moonrise. And yeah, she does black out. Presumably, the fox picks her up and carries her, and when she awakens, she says, the faces surround me. They offer smiles. They gesture to the table at the side. O Umbra, as intended, now devised. What did we have? 5 pieces we had to collect? Maybe I made that number up. Anyways, if we had all the pieces absorbed into luster, but 1 piece absorbed into Fim, how did we... You know what? Is the Asdin. The Asdin made it possible. She says, O Saber, the one to wield you has not yet been stirred, a walker to be broken from his curse. My mistress moving on, she spent my worth. So the mistress isn't a villain, but definitely didn't have Fim's best interests at heart. Certainly used her for some reason, apparently the prophecy, knowing that Fim would become as powerful as she did. Where she got that prophecy from, I'm kind of curious. Regardless, though, she hired Fim to do all of this, knowing that Fim was just a scholar. Her scholarly elements didn't come into this much at all. In fact, the few things that she did pick up on felt more like Easter eggs and world building for the audience, more so than anything that really helped her do much with this. And, like I said, anybody who I guess had powerful Asdin would have been fine for this job. And as soon as Fim completes the sword, the mistress just moves on. Find someone else to get some job done. But Fim is now free of this job. She says, and yet they fondly pour themselves down onto me. Congratulate me, these fools. Can they not see? My power failed, and to the serpent we are revealed. I don't know if I'm supposed to read into that or not, but my power failed feels like Fim doesn't have as strong of an Asdin anymore. Which might have been the mistress's plan all along. Because why would you want to be a powerful Azdinist when a more powerful Azdinist is going to rise up? So knowing that Fim would be strong enough to get the pieces and then lose all of her power feels a little far-fetched. But that's what I see here. She says that she still fears that the serpent, to the serpent we are revealed. So she thinks that her doppelganger's dead. That to me showcases still a lack of power. And that the Magin guy is going to attack the Den of Dawns now. And an acolyte corrects me, says, your double still remains. What do you mean? I tremble as I force myself to speak. I cannot see, I cannot control her. She is free. So she has a doppelganger out there with free will, presumably still under the curse of Magin, though. What I felt was a thread left, which it still is, has room to be explored in interesting ways, as what I expected Doppelganger to be about. Well, I mean, kind of. It's still going to be like a coming to terms with the sins of your past, but it's not going to be all of her past. It's just going to be the past that the Doppelganger is upset about, which is being left with Magin. They can still do something cool with it. Then it wraps up and says, I'm so tired, but still alive. Moonrise. The paths intertwine at Moonrise. Okay. So the story here is a powerful sorcerer with an underground cult goes to a scholar and says, you're meant for greatness. Go collect some sword pieces for me. And she does and becomes super powerful, but also corrupted and evil and just destroys everything in her wake, all because she hurt a friend. Not even because she meant to hurt them. It's just the only way to get them free. It was either cut the wing or have them die. And that turned her evil, and she just destroyed a bunch of stuff for hundreds of years. Then she kind of got good for a little bit and healed her friend. And then she had to be evil for another king. Completely different side story to the sword. Makes a doppelganger, leaves the doppelganger with the king, the mage guy, goes and gets the last piece of the sword and builds it, but becomes powerless through the process. That's the story told here. There are some really cool themes going on, some tangents that kind of looked like they were developing in a certain way, but it ends in a really weird way. I'm not a big fan of tracks 9 through 12. The last 4 songs completely lost me narratively. And the shame, I think, is that foundationally these themes were set and presented to be explored and then chose not to. And I really hope it's just that these stories are explored better and with more depth in the novels. Because honestly, I mean, here's the other thing too. Tracks 1 through 8 are very much this happened, and so it causes this to happen, and it causes this to happen, and it causes this to happen. Very cause and response. It isn't totally linear where it's just constantly one right after another. I mean, we have a 100-year time gap between tracks 4 and 5, but it makes sense. But once we hit track 8, and then 9, and then 10, and then 11, we just have jumps. We have no inciting incident that shows why we are moving to where the next song goes. And there's so much missing information there. And it really feels like the first 2/3 are concisely written to be understood. And the last third, you really need the book to fill in a lot of blanks. And it feels rushed because of that. So I think that's where I sit with this one. Musically, phenomenal, absolutely fantastic prog rock metal with a flourish for a theatric penchant. And pretty much no issues with this at all, other than the fact that it is overwhelming for a first time through it. But like I've mentioned many times, multiple listens and getting familiar with it will certainly help make it more digestible and understandable. The storyline, though, it's strong for a long while. It really had me interested, but it lost me there at the end. These are my thoughts. Azure's Thym. What did you think of this, though? Did you enjoy it? Is there anything that stood out to you? Anything that you'd like to add on to what I said or correct me on? Maybe you have your own interpretation or opinion on this. Please put all of that and any other thoughts you have down into the comments section. Above that, in the description box, you'll find a link to Linktree. Takes you here. You can find links to my music, ways to support the channel, a link to the Discord server, and so much more. Above that, if you could, like, subscribe, and ring the bell. I greatly appreciate all three of those. If you're still here after 4.5 hours, thank you. This is a massive video, and I know that I haven't been kind to the art the entire time. But if you do have a different opinion than me on this, particularly in those final songs where I think it started to dip in quality a little bit as far as the story goes, I'd love to hear it. I mean, if you really like those other, the final tracks and think that they're a perfect way to wrap the album up, I would love to hear that perspective on it. As usual, this is just the way I've experienced it on a first time listen, and context, perspective, all of that is going to help me understand it and appreciate it more. So I'm always down to hear other people's opinions on art. That wraps it up for today, though. I'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 p.m. UTC. We're going to do a live stream. We check out like 11 songs. We chit chat. It's just good, fun times. It's like 2 hours long, 2.5 hours long. Conversation's good. The company's good. The tunes are great. It's fun. It's a blast. If you can make it, I highly suggest you do. Otherwise, Monday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll continue on with next week's theme, which I know what it is. I just can't. Anyways, it'll be good. Until next time, remember to be critical, not cynical, of the music you listen to, and have a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening, whenever you choose to watch my videos.